All right, folks, looks like I'm live. Let's give people a minute to show up and stuff. My mosquitoes over here. up, ladies and gentlemen? What's up, Gizmodus, and Mr. 50, and Mr. Billy Jettison? How y'all doing tonight? I'm just kind of sitting over here recovering from the trauma of the breakup of Hall and Oates. Rock and roll will never be the same. You see, like the other guy from Hall and Oates, like the one with the mustache, he fucking tried to sell like his half of the the music they had written, and Daryl Hall said, "No, I ain't gonna do that," and so they got in a fight. I'm guessing it was like a slap fight probably, and they decided to call it quits. So never again until 2 years from now when they do a reunion tour will we get to hear the combined brilliance of Daryl Hall and the other guy with the mustache. I'm thinking fucking the other guy with the mustache, like he can kind of join up and start a band with the other guy from Wham. Maybe, they could call it like the other guys. And they could get the other dude from fucking Brooks and Dunn too, Be like, Wham, Oates, and Dunn. The camera's having some focus issues today. That's what happens when you wear a cowboy hat and you got the camera on the setting to focus on your face. They broke up months ago. I just found out recently. Yeah. Probably because I don't listen to them. Art and Garfunkel, yeah. Yeah, he wasn't too much of an other guy. Like people knew who he was, Says, sounds great, Ed. Thank you for that. Whiskey drinking woman. Don't think I know the lyrics there. Doing great. Just learned Love in Vain. Yeah, I did a video on that one. I've probably forgotten it by now. Like all the weirdness in it, Just hang in there, with with those Robert Johnson songs. And Billy Jettison says, I felt the same way when Donald Fagen tried suing Walter Becker right before he died. Well, who are they? You know any Chet Atkins stuff? Yeah, I mean, maybe a little. Let's see if I can remember Sandman. Sort of remember it. Oh, the guys from Steely Dan. Okay, yeah, I didn't know any of their names, like except for Skunk Baxter because he played for multiple different people. And no one knew Andrew Ridgeley. That's anything by Leadbelly. That'd be one I'd probably have to dig up some lyrics for. I might be able to do it a little bit later. I don't have my 12 string either. That's another thing. I gotta restring that damn thing, and I hate buying strings for it, and stringing it and tuning it. Say, hey, all, good evening. Did I miss Whiskey Drinking Woman? No, I don't know it lyrically. How about some "They Cut My Hours Out at Work" blues? Is that a song? Says, all right, get down, Ed, chase them blues. All right. What's the guitar, Edward? This is an Epiphone Riviera with mini humbuckers on it. Just made like an impulse buy on it. I was in the music store on the way to a gig, like buying strings and shit. I saw it on the wall on sale or clearance or whatever for like $500, and I was like, you know what? I'll take it. Fuck it. I played it for about 30 seconds, and I took it up to the counter and bought it. Used it at the gig that night. I always wanted one of these old style like Rivieras. I got a Riviera in there, but it's one of the newer ones that they kind of did some weird stuff to. This is more like the ones they actually had back in the '60s. It's got, the mini humbuckers on it. It's got this really strange tailpiece here that falls apart when you take the strings off of it. Andrew Ridgely was the other guy in Wham. Oh, okay. Yeah. And he says, what gauge do you use? Strings? I believe I got 10 gauge on this one. But most of your Gibson style guitars, I'll put 10s on them, and most Fender type guitars, I'll put like 9s on them. They're pretty thin. I don't use any like crazy thick like Stevie Ray Vaughan stuff. So that's what I did with my resonator too. The clearance got my pockets. Oh yeah, you just bought it on a whim, huh? I think I might have done that with that Morgan Monroe. I was looking at it for months, and I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'll buy it. Says, oh sweet, I've almost grabbed one of those sweet guitars, like mini humbuckers. They seem to be like slightly more focused than regular humbuckers. Not quite as loud, but I like them. Says, that guitar is sick. I appreciate that. You play with a lot of good harp players over the years. Sometimes I'll have guys who know me show up. Like, I've never had like a permanent band member play the harp. But no, that's kind of a lie. Like that I had a guy who played guitar who would play harp on some stuff. I never had like a dedicated harp player, but I've had guys show up with harmonicas. They're like, hey, you want to break out a few? Let them on stage and stuff. And some of them can play pretty good. Some of them aren't that good. Always enjoy having one. Dude, I've been using 13s for fingerstyle on an acoustic or an electric. I'm assuming you mean like an acoustic. My one guitar needs a friend, and he needs a squad, then the squad need more friends. Right? So this is a nice sound, but man, it's talking about the 13 gauge strings. Yeah. I bought like old timey flat wound strings, like like they use in the 50s and shit. Put them on my Gretsch one time, and they were hellaciously thick. I don't remember what gauge they were, but I took them off immediately. I hated them, but they did sound good. I just hated playing them. They had kind of a thumpy kind of sound. I don't know how to describe it. Or a warm sound, to use a stupid record producer word. Warm and punchy, right? Says, man, I love some blown out electric harp. Yeah, that's really cool when they like can hook it through a guitar amp or something and like get up on the mic, you know, make it sound like that Muddy Waters type of stuff. Four Walls of Rayford. I don't think I know that one. Folks, get Edward in the algorithm. Yeah, hit that like button. Put some comments, all that kind of stuff. Subscribe, share, whatever you got to do. You know, the YouTube algorithm kind of prefers like some really silly stuff, a lot of clickbait type stuff, and I don't do any of that. I'm just kind of sitting here, you know, doing more educational videos, playing some songs, and in the case of these live shows, just you know, having a drink and hanging out and chit chatting with y'all. Never gonna be Logan Paul, but y'all can help me out with that algorithm there. Did FWOR with my last band. Great tune. Oh, okay. Four Walls of Rayford. Okay. Look that up. Nylon on acoustic is weird. It takes some getting used to, but I got one I play every day, like a classical acoustic. I messed around with some classical stuff, and I like to use it to practice finger picking also. It just takes a little getting used to, and the strings take forever to break in. Actually got two classical acoustics. Said you got to work to get those notes out. Yeah, classical acoustic, got no sustain on it. They're not much for bends and stuff like that. I used a short, thick glass slide, but just bought a long one. Yeah, I tend to like long ones. I like to, you know, be able to slide on the whole guitar, you know. Like now, sometimes, like, when I bring a slide to gigs and I'm playing electric stuff, like, I'll bring, like, a little short slide just to do, like, a few little notes and shit. For rockabilly, what amp would you recommend? I have a Vox 15 and a vintage Fender amp. What's the vintage Fender amp? That would sound more probably what you'd be looking for, you know. And get that spring reverb in there and stuff. You guys seen that guy on the tube? Will Wild, great harmonica player in my opinion. I haven't seen him. There was some guy I saw at a bluegrass festival one time, like in one of the bands, and you don't really see too much harmonica in bluegrass music. That guy was playing the shit out of it. He was like the harmonica player in bluegrass music or whatever. Canadian guy. Check out Adam Gusso. Is he a harmonica guy? And also got a metal thick stick with the short. Okay. A metal think eye stick with a short. I tend to prefer metal. Like so sometimes I use glass, but the metal like just sounds better to me. It's always sounded more precise to me. The fretboards are really wide on classical guitars. Yeah, that took me a lot of getting used to. Yeah, doing classical guitar was just getting used to that damn fretboard. And I'll tell you about these Rivieras here too. They got a thick neck on them. Like that kind of bugs me every now and then. 'Cause I'm used to like Fenders and shit with like really thin necks. Weird question, but I can't think of a tornado blues song. Cyclone blues. Is there one? There might be one. That sounds like it might make a good blues song. Yeah. Cyclone blues. Yeah. What is your favorite bluegrass song? That's a tough one to call. Probably some Bill Monroe song, like you know, like Blue Moon of Kentucky or something. really, I mean, it's hard to pick a favorite. It's Into Pines would probably be up there, like his version of that. You know, Uncle Pen, all that stuff. Gusso is great. So he must be a harmonica guy. I heard Will Wild play Freebird on the harmonica, and wow, Freebird. That's got to sound interesting. Said, yeah, white guy went to Harlem and played with a street musician called Satan. Satan was a one-man band. This was back in the 80s, or early 90s. IIRC, they were in Flying Fish Records. Okay. Shit. Yeah, it was cool, Gizmo. It says Into Pines if you got the lyrics, Chief. Yeah, I know Into Pines by heart, like the Bill Monroe lyrics. Hell, let's hit it. Something's off here. The longest train I ever saw went down that Georgia line. The engine passed at 6 o'clock, and the cab passed by at 9. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. I asked my captain for the time of day. He said he throwed his watch away. The long steel rail and the short cross tie, I'm on my way back home. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. Little girl, what have I done to make you treat me so? You cause me to weep, you cause me to moan, you cause me to leave my home. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. Here's some Into Pines, or Where Did You Sleep Last Night? I don't know who got the first record on it. It might have been Leadbelly. And I know he did it, but I learned the Bill Monroe version way back, you know, and you know, I did the Leadbelly's chords basically, but yeah, then Nirvana covered it on that, you know, that Unplugged album. They did Leadbelly's version of it. Where Did You Sleep Last Night? I think it's time for some smokes here. JD from Australia, $2.99. It says Apple covered the super chat. Well, I appreciate that money, real. Damn it, fucking. There. Anyway, you have to appreciate that money a lot, man. Any paint thinner left? No. I ran out of the Chinese paint thinner last week. You weren't there. Says thanks for getting that one. That was covered by Lead Belly too. Yeah. Said did he time travel? 100 pounds by Mr. 50. Damn. Thanks a lot for that. Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. 50, and thank you, JD from Australia, for them super chats. The super chats tonight will make this show a success. As always, I don't have this monetized for ads because they'll copyright me anyway, for doing copyrighted music. So, yeah, the only money I make will be off of super chats. I love the alternate lyric on that. His head was found in the driving wheel, but his body never was found. Yeah, Kurt Cobain sang that lyric, I think. I can't remember if Lead Belly sang that one. Anyway, who's up for a shot? He says, "Do you like Stevie Ray Vaughan?" Oh yeah, I love some Stevie Ray Vaughan. I play a few of his. So tonight I got a brand new bottle of Gentleman Jack by Jack Daniels. The tolerable Jack Daniels. I can't handle the regular Jack Daniels. Like I have to pour that shit in some Coca-Cola or something. Got too much far in it. But this Gentleman Jack here is solid stuff right here. Gentleman Jack off. Gizmodo says, ugh, sour mash. Yeah, it'll give you a nice hangover, I tell you that. Used to be an old Flat and Scruggs song. Like, drinking that mash and talking that trash. But they were singing about moonshine. Let's open her up, hell. Says, gentleman is good stuff. Yeah, it is. It's pretty damn good stuff. The regular Jack, I just don't fucking do it. I can't stand it. Lemmy Kilmister was a greater man than me. But he was mixing his, though. He didn't do his shit straight like I do. Crown Royal tonight for me in Maine. I don't really do the Crown either. I do Scotch and bourbon pretty much, and Irish whiskey. And Gizmodo says I'm a Scotch guy. Yeah, like if I had like tons of money, I'd probably be like an exclusively Scotch guy. But I do like to mix it up sometimes. I like to get the damn the bourbon every now and then. Sometimes I'll buy some Irish whiskey or some Scotch whiskey. It's pretty much all whiskey. Once in a blue moon, I get some brandy or some gin or something like that. All right, cheers. Oop, spilled some. Yeah, that is the most tolerable Jack Daniels product that doesn't cost $1 million. Freaking 75 degrees, no humidity. Shit, here it was like, I think it got up to like 88 today, I think. And there's always humidity here. South Carolina, like, it's about that far from being a steaming jungle in the summer months. Not even 60 in Seattle. Well, I am jealous of your ass. Man, how hot does it get in Seattle anyway? Like during the height of like summer, like in August and stuff. And guess what? It's raining. Who knew? Yeah, Seattle, right? JD says local gin and rum in the Philippines, $2 a bottle. Hell, damn. Am my stream cutting out here? Can y'all see me? My stream just cut out. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah. JD just said that in the Philippines, like local gin and rum's $2 a bottle. That's crazy. And, I used to know a guy who like was a boat captain. He was like the skipper of a boat in the Caribbean, and like some of them islands, you'd go to the bar and they would set out like a bottle of rum and a bottle of Coca-Cola, and they'd say, "Don't waste all that Coke. That stuff costs money," because the rum was like a damn dollar a bottle or something. Let's see. It says in Seattle it makes it to 90 with 40% humidity. Yeah, that's comparable to the way it gets down here in South Carolina. I mean, we'll get up to like 95 like for days straight, and sometimes it'll get like past 100. Summer sucks here. Like, love the South, but just do not like the summers down here. It says Tunde Run in Australia, they want $30 for a bottle of the same brand. Yeah, I'd find a way to get some shit from the Philippines. Shit. We get 90 and 90% humidity. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we get like close to 100% humidity here sometimes. In the summer, it sucks here. Hang on. See, I've lived on the East Coast most of my life. The humidity will kill you. 40%. It's almost dry. Yeah, that's kind of hard to believe that that's the highest you get in Seattle, where it rains constantly. Like in the Pacific Northwest, like I would figure it'd be kind of high humidity up there. But I guess maybe I don't know, the air's so cool or something. When I lived in Philly, those hot, humid summer days were my favorite times. Yeah, I think when they signed the Declaration of Independence in Philly, like it was like 90 something degrees up there because Thomas Jefferson had measured the temperature. So I don't know how they could sit there, in those types of clothes they wore back then, in the middle of the summer, inside of a building. Like, got a cigar today. Probably smoke that in a little bit. It's a Rocky Patel Maduro. My sister brought it back from Helen, Georgia, which is it's basically like they took a German town, like a Bavarian village, and dropped it into the middle of the mountains in Georgia. I don't know how it got there, but it's there. And they brought me back a cigar because they knew I smoked cigars. Haven't been there though. Yeah, it's just a dark like Maduro Rocky Patel square shape. I forgot what they call those. Like where they square press them. I've had Rocky Patel's. I've never had this particular one by them. Yep, humidity is when we hibernate in Maine. T-shirt when it's 40 degrees. Yeah, I couldn't do a T-shirt at 40 degrees. I guess y'all are used to it up there. Do you know how to play Jimmy's version of Catfish Blues, and was it really difficult to learn? I don't remember how his version goes. I had a tape of the blues recordings he did. Like, I remember him doing it, but I can't remember what he was doing on it. He had Born Under a Bad sign on there, too. The big old heavy woolen coats. Yeah, they wore back then, yeah. Been playing your stuff for the last few days. It's nice to see you, man. What's going up? Appreciate that, Morning Star. What's the cigar like? I don't really know what this one's like. I have to try it. I'll light it up in a minute once this cigarette wears off that I just smoked. Have a Romeo and Julieta that I'm gonna send you from Havana on YouTube. Oh, another damn another Cuban shit. Yeah, that'd be nice. Those are much appreciated. Oh, in a tube, like in a glass tube. Cool. Need a beer. When I was like 18 years old, I had my first real cigar. I found it at a gas station, but it was a real cigar, like a good one, in a glass tube. I took it out. I was a cigarette smoker at the time. I'm 18 years old, never had nothing like that. I didn't know that you were supposed to cut the end off of them, so I'm sitting here trying to light this thing, like, and killing myself trying to get it to draw. It's still got the end on it. Right? And finally, my buddy said, "Hey, man, I think you should like bite the end off of it or something." I did that, spit it out, lit it up, and in the I didn't know you're not supposed to inhale cigars because they'll choke you to death if you inhale them. So I just go, right. That was my first cigar experience, and I never smoked another one for years after that. Because after that I was like, man, these damn cigars suck, man. Let's see. Hey Ed, where do I find a fine 6-string cigar box guitar at? I couldn't tell you. Mostly what I see like for sale online are those kits where you can build like the 4-string ones. Like the one I got, the 6-string one I got, I made it, and you can kind of tell with the with the way it's put together. I just took a damn an Undercrown cigar box. I bought it for $5 at the cigar store I used to go to, and I had a cheap piece of shit, Fender knockoff. Took the neck off of it, and a piece of lumber, like a piece of raw ass lumber, and I just screwed it on there and put nails in it, and it's holding up. It's staying on there. But all the electronics and the bridge and the volume knob here and the pickups, all those came off that shitty Fender copy that somebody gave me. What was it? It was a First Act. That's like the damn the J.C. Penney guitar, or one of those department store guitars. It'll never completely be tuned either. Where's my thumb pick? You back up here a little bit. Missed a few. The wigs they wore back then too. I was in Mississippi a few months back. Went to a nice cigar place in Oxford. Okay, that's where like Ole Miss University is, isn't it? I didn't go there, but I went to the Delta. Actually got a harmonica shop like somewhere there in Clarksdale. So have you been listening to the recommended songs? You could even make a video about whether they impacted you or not. I haven't got a chance to sit down and go through this list yet. It's like a crazy long list I wrote down the other night. Got to get through them all. I have a copy of that tape in a backpack. I can tell you what the track list is. You talking about the Hendrix Blues album? It says hit it like a joint. Talk about a cigar. There's Tori. Hi Ed, catching your show. What's up? Mate, I remember trying to cut the end off of one with a Swiss Army knife. Like sometimes I'll buy one and I can't find my cigar cutter and I'll just bite the end off of it, you know. In fact, where is my cutter? I might need it in a minute. Got my butane crack lighter here. Like that's what you light them with. Okay, that's working. Hang on. What would be your top 10 blues artists you enjoy listening to? Okay, well, they tend to be older guys. All right, it'd be hard to make like a top 10. Never sat down and made a list out. So you got Robert Johnson, Blind Blake, Son House. Ooh, who else? And getting into like electric territory. Freddie King, Albert King. That's 5 there. That's gonna say I like some Buddy Guy stuff. That's 6. Who else? Skip James, Stevie Ray. Who gets in there for the last 2? Let's see. Who's going to be in there for the last 2? Probably Booker White. Last one. Ooh. BB. Yeah. Put BB in there. And see, I fucking left Muddy out. Yeah. So I'd have to sit down and really think about that list to get 10 people in there. Not leave people out. See, Lightning Hopkins, I left him out. Did I leave Wolf out? Yeah, I left Wolf out too. Willie Dixon. Yeah. See, yeah, I'd have to sit down and do some thinking to come up with a top 10 list. Hound Dog, John Lee, Skip, R.L., Wolf, Sonny Terry, and Brownie McGee. That's all some real good people. All the King brothers. My favorite King was always Freddie King. I preferred his guitar playing for some reason. It says, LOL, all greats, thanks for your picks. Can you make me a cigar box guitar? I wouldn't trust me to make one. Like, I mean, the one I got is like extremely unstable. I'm not a luthier or anything like that. I just improv the hell out of this thing. Might make another one day and throw this one on eBay or something, you know. Blind Boy Fuller, yep, some old Piedmont blues there. The Rev, Gary Davis, yep. And Blind Willie's up there, you know, he's my local old country blues artist. Says Justin Johnson makes a good one if you want one. Oh, I didn't know he made them. But I've seen him make a diddly bow out of a shovel one time. This thing don't even have no intonation on it. That's why you got to play slide on it. That's the intonation on it. Throw a little bit of gain on there.
I've been sitting there drinking just so lonesome as a man can be. I've been sitting here drinking. I'm just so lonesome as a man can be. Wondering where you at, baby. Wondering how long I'm making it. How many times told you I wasn't going that far? So many times I told you I wasn't going that far. I got $20 in my pocket. I think I'll skip all one more word. I declare I'm through with you. Whiskey, you ain't no good. I declare I'm through with you. You're taking my money, taking my baby too.
It drives me crazy, this guitar. Hook my damn Epiphone back up. I have brought that thing out to gigs. These damn Epiphones are starting to get as expensive as Gibsons used to be. If you had to explain to a class why do you love the blues, how would you do it? That's a good question there. I mean, it's kind of like a precursor to rock and roll, like not just musically, but also kind of attitude-wise. You know, a lot of those older guys, you know, lived like rock stars just without the money. It was all about drinking and hanging out with bitches and right. And it's got a like a lot of emotional depth to it. It's the same reason you'd like a good classical song. It's got the emotional depth to it. And it's uniquely American. Paul Cook from Canada, $5. He says, mighty fine pick, and thank you very much for that super chat, sir. Says, ooh, that was mighty fine and sure is pretty. Thank you for that. How long does the wireless keep a charge? So this thing, it keeps a charge about 4 or 5 hours. Yeah, the X-Vibe people actually sent me this. I did a video on it. I'd always kind of shunned these like back in the day. I've got a couple of old ones, but you had to hook up like a box and all that shit, and have the thing hanging out of your pants or whatever, like the little transmitter and shit. But these, you just hook them into the guitar and they just kind of hang off there. And it's the same exact thing on the amp, like just one that looks exactly like this, like for the amp. What is the acoustic you have with moons or something on the neck inlays? Okay, that is a parlor guitar that was made about 1900. It's called a Lion and Healy. It's made by the model is a Marquette made by Lion and Healy. It's the same people who made Washburn, actually. And I haven't been able to find one that looks exactly like it. I found pictures of Lion and Healy Marquettes, but I've never seen one with those inlays on it, like all the stars and moons and all that stuff. Texas Flood, I might do that one in a minute. So there's a sweet epi there. Thank you very much for that. Says sounds good. Appreciate that. Says awesome answer. For me, it's the only style that feels like home. That and I like bitches. Yeah. Hey, let's light up this damn cigar. Right, I'll do some Texas Flood for TT. I don't know if I should do it on the electric or the dobro back there, and then I'll light the cigar up.
Flooding down in Texas, and the telephone lines are down. Well, it's flooding down in Texas, Lord, and the telephone lines are down. Trying to call my baby, I can't hear a single sound. The storm clouds are rolling in. Lord, I'm standing out in the rain. Lord, the storm clouds are rolling in, and I'm standing out in the rain. Lord, if my baby leaves me, you know it's gonna drive for me insane. I'm going back home to stay. no floods and tornadoes, and the sun shines down every day.
There's some T-Bone Walker covered by Stevie Ray Vaughan, Texas Flood. Smoke this motherfucking cigar here. The sick play, appreciate that. Give me a little lightning afterwards, alright? Yeah, I'll do some Lightning Hopkins. Out on a limb here, but my favorite Hendrix tune, or one of them, is Villanova Junction. Thanks for the flood. Try Villanova Junction. Probably going to be the Woodstock version. If I can remember it. A little bit more ass on this amp here. Like that. They did it as part of like that Woodstock improvisation. Close to it. There's some lightning. Fuck, I'll do it on here. Shit. Lightning in a sandwich. What amp are you playing through? It's a Fender Super Champ, little amp. Super Champ X2. This is awesome, thank you. Appreciate that. Loving the Hendrix, appreciate that. Do you know Valleys of Neptune by any chance? That is one I don't remember how it goes, actually. That was like part of his like unreleased stuff, like his posthumous stuff after he died. Daryl Davis wrote the song Texas Flood in 1958. Love your version of it. Okay, damn, I thought old T-Bone wrote it. Shotgun.
Load in a pocket full of shells. Bring me my shotgun. Load in a pocket full of shells. I'm gonna shoot an old lady, throw it down in that deep dug well. She said, Lightning, you ain't gonna shoot me right now. I just dare you to try. Lord, she said, Lightning, you ain't gonna shoot me right now. Well, I just dare you to try. Only reason I don't shoot you right now, my double-barrel shotgun just won't fire.
So what I love about him and his style is it's so easy to recognize that I could pick it up and just walking down the street. You talking about Lightning or Hendrix? So, what's the difference between a super champ and a regular champ? Well, they had champs like back in probably the 60s. I got one from the 70s, but it's in disrepair. And it had like a little tiny 8-inch speaker in it, and it had no wattage and no reverb, no nothing on it. Like I had one with like vibrato on it, like the most basic Fender amp you could buy back then. It was like a step below a Princeton, right? This one here, the Super Champ, it's still a tube amp, but it's got like modeling and all kind of crap built into it, and it's got it's got different like little distortions on there and stuff like that. I don't like the reverb because it's like not like spring reverb like it should be, but it's got a bigger speaker. It's about I think it's a 10-inch speaker. The wattage I think might be 12 and a half or something like that, 12 watts. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go relieve myself of some of this beer that I've rented tonight, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. How many people ran off when I was gone? See, a Muddy Spoonful. That was a Spoonful was a damn Howlin' Wolf song. Says, oh shit, I just listened to Bring Me My Shotgun earlier. That's a good damn song. TT says, I have a Super Champ X2 head version played through a Marshall 412, very versatile amp. I've actually hooked mine to a Marshall before, like the, mine's a combo amp, but, it's got like a regular 1/4-inch phone jack that hooks the speaker up, so I took that out and I used to run it through a Marshall cabinet myself. ZZ Top Pan Am Highway, I don't think I know that one. Red Wolf in the House. Lightning's old lady be dodging those pellets for years. Or maybe buckshot or something. The old Lightning. What was your favorite blues song to learn? So some of those Robert Johnson ones are really rewarding when you get them figured out. Like Crossroads was pretty fun to learn. A lot of that finger picking stuff too, like some of that Piedmont stuff, like very fucking rewarding when you can actually get it down. Hello from Michigan. What's up, Steve Stricker? If anything moved while he was gone, that's how you know he plays the blues for real, right? Right. That's how I'm 40 and still look good. I sold my soul to Satan. The blues makes you realize that sometimes someone else's life is worse than yours. Right, right. Okay, let's whip out this this Rocky Patel here. See, now I wish I had some scotch. I can drink with this cigar. Do I? No, all out. Nope. I got some famous grouse. All right. We're gonna all learn how to light up a cigar here. Main thing though is where did my cutters go? I don't want to have to bite this thing. Are we gonna have to resort to biting this cigar? I had the cutters like a week ago. Well, show must go on. Got to do what you got to do, I guess. Well, here's a knife. Hell, maybe the knife will do it. Yeah. Just use my record player as a surface here, I guess. Okay, that came out okay. Yeah. Do you prefer acoustic or electric? What's your favorite? I enjoy acoustic. I feel like she makes me work harder, but makes it easier in the end. I guess it depends on the kind of music, you know. And it's hard for me to pick between the two. Like, I kind of started out playing more acoustic stuff because I grew up like with bluegrass and shit. But I mean, when you get a fucking electric sounding right, like it's hard to beat. It's like I like mine to start feeding back and stuff, you know. Get a good amp sound. That's hard to say. I couldn't pick a favorite really. Depends on how loud you're allowed to be. I'll put it that way. If I can be as loud as I want, then I'm going to prefer an electric. I just toast the end of it here until it gets good and toasty. We're going to dedicate this one to the great Daryl Hall and the other guy with the mustache who comprised Hall and Oates, who just recently tragically broke up. Devastating news to the music industry. Rock and roll will never be the same. It's the little pleasures that make it worth it, like realizing you have just enough for a drink and a cigar, right? Yeah, didn't think I had no scotch, got a little bit here. Nothing like cigar and a scotch. Sonny Terry and Brownie McGee. That guy was a hell of a harmonica player too. And Male Artesanado Hippie says, Hola, estamos aquí con voque abrazo. Unfortunately, I don't speak Portuguese. I think that's what that is Portuguese. Got another Brazilian fan in here. How you doing there, hippie? I'm too clumsy playing electric. Acoustic, I can be a bit sloppy. Well, you know, I mean, an acoustic like takes more out of you, you know, because the strings are a lot thicker, and you know, you don't get quite as much sustain and all that. Switching from an acoustic to an electric is weird sometimes, because you know you've got them thick ass strings, and then you switch down to an electric, and it feels like a ukulele. If you could only play one, shit, I probably couldn't give up my Stratocaster. Wow, this is a nice cigar. Right from the humidor in the weird German town in northern Georgia that my sister just went to and bought this for me. Come in here, dear boy, have a cigar. You're gonna go far, you're gonna fly, you're never gonna die, you're gonna make it if you try. They're gonna love you. Sounds like something a record exec would have said years ago. Here's to you, mystery musical mustache man. Yeah, the other guy, the guy with the mustache. Oates. Every great duet, like in pop or rock music, like has the other guy, right? Old John Oates, otherwise known as the other guy. They're sending you a warm greeting and a hug. Oh, okay, that's the Portuguese there. The Brazilian. It says JD, use more distortion. Right. Yeah, the distortion, like a lot of people will hide behind that stuff. Fly like an eagle. That's the lyrics to Fly Like an Eagle. Okay, like old Steve Miller. J1 says Hell in Georgia. Yeah, my sister just went to Hell in Georgia, and she brought me back this cigar. I don't know what she did up there. She hates beer. Maybe they had some damn schnitzel or something. There's just this there's like this little Bavarian alpine village that's just been dropped into the middle of Georgia, and I I don't know what the deal is there, but it's there. A lot of people go there for vacation. Gordy Johnson, Big Sugar, Google. Oh, okay, I'll look that up. As a member of the Tobacco Workers Union, I salute you. Well, I salute you for growing this stuff, if you grew it. Very nice stuff. I've had a few of these Rocky Patels, but I've never really had this kind, like this particular model or whatever. Where's Rocky Patel out of? Anybody know? I know Gizmodus might know. Jimmy Rogers. Yeah, I might do some Jimmy Rogers a little bit. If it was an Amish band, they'd be called Hauling Oates. Hauling Oates, like hauling something, right? I'd pay to see that. There is this one guy that's like kind of a folk singer who makes all his money playing to the Amish. That they used to not believe in music, but they're okay with it now as long as it's like really corny and clean and stuff. And there's this one guy they all go see that's like he's kind of like a folk singer, you know. I have a Strat Pro 2 Sunburst Turtle Shell Color Pick Guard. I love it. Named her Fiona. Named my acoustic Jolene, because she takes me away from my old lady the most. Do you name your guitars? Sometimes I jokingly name them. You know, I used to tell people my Les Paul was called Lessie or whatever. My original Stratocaster, I call it the motherfucker. That's about the only two I got names for. I should probably name my Lucille like Chad or something, like just to be an asshole. Like, I don't know. It's a Lucille, but I call it Chad. Hall and Oates. No, I'm thinking, you know, Brooks and Dunn broke up. The other guy from Hall and Oates and the other guy from Brooks and Dunn need to get together on some shit and just, you know, Oates and Dunn, right? There's one here on Western Washington called Leavenworth. Cute place. There's a what up in Washington there? Oh, a Germantown? Marshall Tucker, Bob My Blues Away. I don't remember how that one goes. Gizmoda says possibly Dominican, like this cigar. Rocky Patel. Yeah, I don't even know. I've had a couple. Sapeel Stevie, Evening Edward. How about doing Deep River Blues by Dot Watson? Oh shit, I don't really know that one. I can do some, probably Sitting on Top of the World or something. Get done with this cigar. Might be here a while with this big bastard here. It says LOL Chad. Yeah, that's the name of my Lucille. I don't call it Lucille, I call it Chad. The Lucille's called Chad. This guitar is called Skylar. This guitar here is called Hayden. They're all like college bros and stuff, you know. Can you play Paranoid tonight, Ed? Yeah, I'll do it at some point. Maybe y'all some hollow body Epiphone Paranoid. Let's see. Oh, Honduras and Nicaragua is where the Rocky Patel come from. It says, he just looked it up. Shark Air says, well, I'm going down to the river. I've got a cane pole in my hand, got my red worms, and a Maxwell House coffee can. I'm gonna sit under a shade tree on a riverbank where it's cool. Was that some song lyrics there? The oats are done. Right. I want to hear Oates sing Boot Scootin' Boogie. Oates and Dunn. You can get factory tours at Rocky Patel. Okay, cool. Call the Lucille Lucifer. Nope, nope. That guitar's name is Chad. I just named it just right now. Wow, it's a really nice cigar here. I tend to prefer like these Maduro ones. It's like the darker ones, you know. It's always kind of weird, like when they're square shaped like this stuff. It's Chad hanging. Yeah, he's bringing the fucking Xbox. The Natty Ice. Skylar's coming over too. I have a 1960 Gibson GA5-T I made a cabinet for and covered it with Marshall purple Tolex. Named it the Purple Bastard, the only thing I've named. See, I never tried a Gibson amp. I don't think I've ever played through one. Like the Gibson amp's pretty good. What is your favorite finger picking song to play? Might be oh, Cannonball Rag, probably. What old Merle Travis used to play. On camera here. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to drink scotch with my cigar to make it even cooler. Famous Grouse. With the $26 price tag still on it. This was actually bought for me by a person hired me for a gig, so I appreciate that if you're out there. There's just a tiny bit there. It's a pretty full shot there. I should sip it a little bit. Still smoking a cigar. Just kind of enjoy myself here instead of knocking it back like I'm in fucking college. Who all out there is a cigar smoker? Said you really need to play one. The early ones are incredible. I tell you what, I hope this bastard don't go out, but I might play one here. Let me go back and see what some people said. Oh no, you're talking about the Gibson amps, like Red Wolf, right? Yeah, I've never played one of those. Played everything but that. I've always said if you can't enjoy the cheap stuff, you wouldn't know what to do with the good stuff. That's right. Yeah. I still stand by my refusal to drink regular Jack Daniels, though. I have to drink the Gentleman Jack. I'm a gentleman jack off. I've had enough regular Jack in my lifetime. Enough Jim Beam too. I quit smoking unless it's reefer, and I get a script for that. Yeah, I never did too good with reefer. Like maybe when I was a teenager, I had fun a few times on it, but it always gave me like paranoia and panic attacks and all that stuff. I couldn't smoke it. I smoked one when I was about 12, got sick as a dog, and never again. Right? Yeah, I fucked up a few times and bought one that was like too big, and I hadn't smoked in a while, and it made me sick as hell. The later tube ones, mid 60s on mid 60s on, need some easy mods to open them up. Tube ones. Hmm. I bet those cost a damn pretty penny, like from back in the 60s. Now, do y'all know what the death cap is? Like if you get a fender amp from the 60s, they got this big ass capacitor in there, and if it shorts out, it can like fucking kill you. And if you buy like an old vintage Fender amp from back then, like it's good to just have the death cap like removed and or altered or whatever. It says, listen, there's some things that are best left in certain eras of one's life. Just means you're actually living. Right, right. You're right there. How about doing a blues tune by Freddie King? We got like hit one in a second. My first concert was Marshall Tucker Band. We accidentally ingested some bronze window pane. Okay, yeah, that's some Sid there. Yeah. Somehow ended front row center. Ronnie Van Zant's band was the opening act. Damn. I never got to see Marshall Tucker, even though they're from my home state. But I bet they would sound real damn good on some on some heavy acid. might take the country out of them. I've had to play Can't You See my whole life because like if you're in a band around here, that's just one of the required ones you have to know, or people will hate you if you don't know it. Right? I used to smoke Arturo Fuentes. I had to give them up. I've had a Fuentes before. Like a friend of mine brought me one. Those are good cigars. Anything sounds good on acid. Yeah, I mean, like they're ironically like when I took it, psychedelic music, which you would think goes perfectly with it, like actually kind of drove me crazy. Like I was into listening to like more normal music and having the acid alter that. But like if I put on Strawberry Fields or something, like it like just kind of aggravated the hell out of me or something when I was on acid. Karen Carpenter was acid rock. You sure about that? I heard her do a hell of a drum solo one time. Though she was a good drummer. Like I haven't seen a Natty Ice in the wild since the parties out in the woods. I always avoided. Right? Oh yeah, I hit the Natty Ice when I was a teenager and stuff. That's some rank shit. Back in the day, we used to go to midnight movies tripping. You talk about like the horror movies and stuff. I never could do that either. Like watch the horror movies. Let's see if I can do this without my cigar going out. The Dead has some great picking stuff. Speaking of trip bands, yeah, I never did listen to too much of their stuff. I know the obvious stuff, you know, the hits and stuff like that. Like the bands of that era, I'd go for Hendrix a lot. I like the Jefferson Airplane. I like some Iron Butterfly. So it, tends to be like the more heavy bands, like a heavy for the standards of that time. One of my main things in high school was psychedelic rock. There's some Freddie King. Let's see if my cigar is still lit. It's still going. Back in the day, we used to go to midnight movie. I read that earlier. Let's see, Dawn of the Dead. I think I saw that one. What about mushrooms? I've done mushrooms a couple of times. This is kind of more dreamy than acid. Like it's almost like you can tell that acid is synthetic and mushrooms aren't. Like just the difference between them. Can't You See by Marshall Tucker is a great tune. Toy Caldwell and his brother were terrific. If I'm not mistaken, Can't You See, like that, it was one of the earliest songs I actually learned how to play, like with the chords and stuff. Like the first time I learned to do a D chord, like I think I was taught "Can't You See" by my father. Eraserhead, Reefer Madness, like that. I watched Reefer Madness one time back in the day. Yeah, that's a ridiculous fucking movie. It's like this guy like gets high on pot and like jumps out a fucking window like he's on goddamn PCP or something. Dark Side of the Moon. Yeah, I got my obligatory copy of Dark Side of the Moon somewhere down there. I think it's an old one from the 70s too. You heard any Charlie Crockett? I don't think I know him. Late great Mr. Freddie King, right? Shrooms don't hit the same way. It's a different kind of trip, really. It's almost like you can tell the shrooms are natural, and the acid is more like synthetic. It's got a more synthetic feel to the trip. When you get a chance, check this out. Santa Monica Civic Center, May 1974. I don't think he left me a link, like on YouTube. You talking about the Dead, like one of their damn bootleg concerts. Did you listen to those songs we recommended on the last stream? I haven't got through the list yet. It's a goddamn long list. It's sitting right there. I haven't got through it yet, really. Freddie King was the king of kings in my book. That's what I think. My favorite was Freddie King, of the three kings of blues. Shrooms are sort of legal here. Had some last weekend, not anywhere close to acid. And I haven't done either in a long time. In a long time. My street drug career like ended years ago. And I never did like any of the fucked up stuff like heroin or crack or any of that stuff. I was more like a trippy type of guy. Ever play any Big Bill Brunsey? Yeah, I can probably pull out King of the Highway a little bit later. And I also know Keep On Drinking. That's one of his songs. It says Albert was next. Albert King. Yeah. Yeah, he had that damn flying V. He looked like he was in a fucking metal band or something. Big influence on Stevie Ray Vaughan, Albert King was. You could tell. Shrooms are like traveling on a skateboard. Acid is like a big car. It depends on how many you take. You know, I can get them at the pot store here. You could buy shrooms at the fucking store in Seattle. Damn. They start doing that here. I might have to start doing them again. But we don't even have a pot store here. It says hey hey. I don't think I know hey hey. And Josh M says hideaway. Yeah. Last one I just played. Charlie is a trip. Best dressed cowboy. Who's doing the old timers proud right now? Hell of a writer and player. Let's see, Charlie. Hang on, let me go back here. Charlie. Oh, Charlie Crockett. Okay, yeah. Let me read that correctly this time. Charlie is a trip. Best dressed cowboy who's doing the old timers proud right now. Hell of a writer and player. Yeah, I like the country guys who are sticking with the old stuff. Like Marty Stewart's starting to do that now. He's got one of the best damn backup bands you've ever heard in your life. When I went to Nashville, there was this place called Robert's Western World, and they only allow like old ass country stuff there, or rockabilly. Like you're not even allowed to play modern country there. I love that fucking place. I love the throwback country artists. This thing's starting to go out. Y'all killed my cigar making me play that Freddie King. Wait, get the right lighter. So I get was Charlie like best dressed cowboy, like he do like the nudie suit type of thing, like Porter Wagner used to do, or more like a Riders in the Sky type of thing, that kind of dress. They have a good chocolate bar here. Like talk about chocolate bar with mushrooms in it. You have to talk about some Willy Wonka shit. He's a Josh M is like he says, too afraid to do psychedelics. I don't want to have a bad trip. Yeah, I mean it's not for everybody. I mean, but one thing I hated about them was they tended to last too damn long. You know, especially acid. God, it lasts forever. Like you'll get to a point where you're just ready for it to damn go away. It's like I just want to go to sleep. Says Gizmodo says Josh, bad trips are a myth. I never had like one that was like nightmarishly bad or nothing. I've had ones that I wish would just fucking end. Marty Stewart's hair, timeless like a mountain, both from minute to minute and year to year. Yeah, he had that damn. I call it the Nashville kind of mullet. Like it's just like a real pretty dressed up mullet. I think Johnny Cash was rocking one for a while. But I think like pound for pound, like as far as a damn just a good old fashioned country band, that he's got the best band going right now. Like they called Marty Stewart and the Fabulous Superlatives. He used to have a TV show. You can look up episodes of the TV show. They're probably on YouTube. Like real clean shit, for like the guitars, You can still find them in Florida cow pastures. You can find them around here. Shit. But like acid starting in your fat and getting flashbacks years later. I never had a flashback. I might not have done enough to have one. With shrooms, you're lucky if you get 4 hours. Yeah, that damn acid like lasts like probably 12, like that's when you're actually tripping, like it'd be 10 hours or some shit like that. Then the next day you're strung out from it, can't sleep. I remember like maybe peaking on acid maybe after fucking maybe 5 hours, like peaking, and then just kind of riding the wave down, and then the next day you just all strung out and can't think straight and just want it to be gone, right? And I would start getting like fears and stuff like, am I gonna be like this forever? Have I done like some Sid Barrett shit or something? Be in a good headspace before starting the trip. My advice too is have a TV around. Like the TV always kept me centered. What is your favorite pizza? Well, in my town we have one of the few like licensed, approved Italian brick oven places anywhere in the tri-state area. Like it's not called the tri-state area here. Anywhere in Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, we've actually got a place that serves like certified margarita pizzas, and the guys from goddamn Naples came down here and judged them and put their little sticker on there and said this is authentic pizza margarita. That's my favorite kind of pizza. Just a margarita with the buffalo mozzarella on it. Says that too, set and sitting, right? Knowing me, I'll be jumping off a roof thinking I'm Superman. No, if you think you're gonna fly, like when you're tripping, like take off from the ground first. It's like Bill Hicks had a comedy routine on that, right? He said you always see the same story on the news about acid. You know, guy takes acid, thinks he can fly, jumps out a window and dies. The motherfucker should have took off from the damn ground first. How about the Texas tornadoes? Oh, I don't think I know them. there was a damn a wrestler back in the day, old Kerry Von Erich, like it was the Texas tornado. You'd, uh, you'd certainly get your money's worth with let's see, what did you mean by that? Oh, in Florida cow pastures, like the shrooms from the Florida cow pastures, certainly get your money's worth. Let's see. Went through the driver's training, got an A minus. You mean on like acid or mushrooms or something? That's pretty damn crazy. If that's what you mean there. You're not going to have a flashback. It's a myth. Yeah, I never had one. What do you think about Glenn Campbell and Roy Clark as guitar players? They're both great players. You know, Glenn Campbell played sessions and stuff. Roy Clark was a multi-instrumentalist and played the banjo and all that stuff. Yeah, great guys. I've got a Glenn Campbell record that might be signed by him. It's got Glenn Campbell on the inner sleeve, like written in marker, and I think it might be a signed one. My mom said when she did mescaline, which was misprinted as masculine, she thought she was a cat. I had never done mescaline, but I think mescaline's like rough enough that you can go like out of body and shit on it. My beer at? Yep, Marty's good. Yeah, forever, Ella. You ever heard of a Red Voliert? Great life story, still going strong. Top-notch player. Ray Voliart? I don't think I know him. Texas Tornadoes, Doug Sam, Augie Myers, Flacco, Jimenez, and Freddie Fender. Okay, well, I know Freddie Fender. So it's kind of like a little all-star band there. Mescaline is another one that holds too damn long. Like you'll be done with mescaline before it's done with you. I could imagine. Like I've heard it can make you sick as shit, and it's pretty damn vivid and rough, and you can like go out of body and all that stuff. It's the same thing as peyote, isn't it? Or it's what's in the peyote cactuses. It's a purple pyramid. Yeah, I don't know why I smoked it, but it definitely does something when you're playing guitar, like natural receptors or something. I have done some gigs, like at least coming down from acid. I never did one when I was like fully peaking and stuff. I probably couldn't have got through the gig. Like back in the day, you know, and we were just doing like punk and shit, so it didn't really matter. But you know, definitely was having reverb like on an amp that I didn't actually have a reverb setting on. It's a delay. Ever do any mimosa bark? I don't think I've heard of that. Doug Sam had the Sir Douglas Quintet way back when. Oh, okay. Flacco was a famous Mexican accordion player, so he was doing like that Tex-Mex polka type music. Red backed up Merle Haggard a long time ago. Okay, yeah. See, I don't know a lot of the names of these more session-y type of guys from country music, like lot of the big, guys who played on all the records and shit like that. Let's see here. I'm getting there with this. Play a little more music after I get done with this damn thing. Like I smoke mine like way past the band point. You're supposed to put them out after you get to where the band was, but like I like to get my money's worth out of these things. Even though this one was free. Let's see. So the Texas Tornadoes. This is like just a band made up of just a bunch of like really accomplished like Nashville guys, I guess. Crappy cigars will make you stop at the band. Yeah, like I take the band off mine and I smoke them down to the damn nub, like when they start getting too hot to hold. I saw a video of a good red Voliart show at Floyd's Country Store on YouTube. He did Swinging Doors, Crazy Arms, other stuff like that. That was who the fuck did that? Well, I know Jerry Lee Lewis did it, but like the original country artist that did Crazy Arms was Ray Price, I think. Yeah. Seeing as how I've joined this chat with y'all talking drugs and all that, do you, Ed, play any Jim Morrison? He was a believer in opening the mind. Yeah, there might be a Jim Morrison I can do. Maybe like might do some crawling king snake or something. Get done with this cigar. Of course, not a Jim Morrison song, but he's famous for doing it. Good ones you just want to keep going. Yeah, with a cigar. Yeah, this is a good cigar. Rocky Mattel square pressed Maduro. All accomplished Texas guys. That band. Oh, okay, so all guys from Texas. Jerry Reed would have been a cool cat to hang out with. Yeah, I would have felt like a fool trying to play with him, but yeah, I did see his grave in the mausoleum in Nashville. So I was like a foot from him, but he was dead. Yeah, he was a hell of a picker. What do you think about Tommy Emmanuel's guitar playing? Well, he's a hell of a finger picker. I've seen some of his stuff. Yeah, that guy's great. And Cole Long says Ray Price, I think, yeah, that did Crazy Arms. Right. Love Tommy, but he just seems too perfect. Yeah, that guy probably like has a guitar in his hand like every second of the day. I couldn't imagine being able to play like that without just never having a guitar away from your hands. They say Chet Atkins was like that too. Ever done speed? I've done various speedy things like like coke and shit like that. I never did no damn meth and shit. And we used to buy these ephedrine pills from the gas station back before those were illegal. Take those, but it was like really shitty speed. It made you feel bad. Did you ever ask for the time when you were tripping, and when they told you, you asked day or night? I did. That never happened to me. Let's see. Ever try to play a square neck dobro like Jerry Douglas? Honestly, as much as I've been around them, like just growing up around bluegrass music, I don't think I've ever had a square neck in my hand. Like I did have this thing that you could put on a round neck one and modify it and raise the strings up, and they would make it like a square neck. But I don't think I've ever tried to play a square neck dobro. Never tried to play a steel guitar either. Never touched one. How many packs of cigarettes do you smoke a day? Like maybe half to one, somewhere between a half and a whole pack. Crawling King Snake, awesome. Good post cigar choice. Yeah, I'll hit Crawling King Snake a little bit. And Gizmodo says I'm not a tweaker. I'm not a tweaker either. Damn, like the damn speedy stuff. I was never into it really. Played the hell out of a banjo on some damn Adipex or something though. Tried that. And Amos Moses, yeah, that's a old Jerry Reed song. I remember that one. No banjo when you're drunk, right? Yeah. No, now if you want to be fucked up on something when you're playing a banjo, like take some speed. Like I was taking Adipex one time, trying to lose weight on it, and, and I was a banjo playing son of a bitch. I'll tell you that. Some people never come down from a bad trip. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if there's much truth to that whole thing about like Sid Barrett, like he took too much acid and just went insane. I believe that he was in his early 20s, like which is the age that men develop schizophrenia, and the acid probably exacerbated that. He was just becoming schizophrenic. Yeah, they call him an acid casualty. There's a lot of theories on what happened to Sid Barrett, but I'm pretty sure he probably developed schizophrenia somehow. That's what it sounds like, just the way he was acting and shit. And he had that like that 1,000-yard stare and shit, right? And Gizmodo says, yeah, that's an urban legend. Yeah, yeah. Got to blame something. Yeah. And that's the opinion of the band members of Pink Floyd too. They said, well, the acid didn't fuck him up. He was just naturally going crazy because he had some kind of mental condition. Just look up a song by early Pink Floyd if you don't know their early stuff. Like my favorite Pink Floyd stuff. Look up a song called "Apples and Oranges" on American Bandstand, and um, and just watch him. Like he gets like towards the end of the song and he just stops like lip syncing the lyrics and stuff, and he's just looking with that damn stare, right? And Dick Clark tries to talk to him, and he's just like, "Yep, yeah, name's Sid, yeah." It, it looks like kind of something related to schizotypal or schizophrenia or whatever to me. Because that like when they brought him to America and they started touring America, that's when he started like flipping his lid really and shit. This fits the war on drugs narrative, right? Yeah, yeah. it's you know, it's kind of like the reefer madness thing. You know, they were making up shit like that about pot back in the day. Like the time Keith Moon passed out behind the kid at a concert. I think he was fucked up on something when he did that. Yeah, I've seen footage of that. They actually got a drummer to come out of the audience and finish the show with him. But he took pills like candy. Like he was known for that. That's what killed him. He was taking pills that were made to get you off of alcohol, and he just took a handful of them and OD'd on them because he just took pills that way. Floyd played in our local town here in the UK before they became mega famous. What a gig! So like Sid Barrett days, like in the '60s. If I'm not mistaken, I think they were from Cambridge originally. Says I used to smoke half a pack a day. Yeah, somewhere between a half and a whole pack, like for me, like most days. And Gizmodo says craziness and still drank. Yeah, yeah. He was taking the anti-alcohol pills and still drinking, like Keith Moon. I don't think it causes it, but it probably accelerates the condition. Talking about like acid causing people to flip out. Yeah, it can probably exacerbate it. Yeah. Ever think about switching to vaping? Well, I tried vaping like several years back, and I didn't like it. I just didn't like the feel of smoking steam. Like I like smoking smoke. But I mean, like the vape I had was kind of primitive. It was like when that kind of stuff was first getting big. You know, it might be different now. I don't know. I haven't tried one of the nice ones. Said my dad was a huge Pink Floyd fan. My dad like he was like from the perfect generation to have liked Pink Floyd, but he wasn't really into them that much. He was more into like heavy shit, you know, like Ted Nugent and Kiss and all that kind of stuff. They make juices with more concentrated nicotine and better throat hit now. Okay, so it actually feels a little bit more like smoke and shit. I'm getting there on this cigar. I'll give y'all some more music like pretty shortly here. Had to have one of these big bastards in a while. How old would your dad be now? He would be uh, 65, like November of this year. Yeah, he died back in 2016. He was born 1959. He was a 1970s that type of guy. But he was like into really like kind of testosterone driven type shit. Like Nugent was like his fucking favorite artist probably, or them or Black or him or Black Oak. As far as rock goes, he was also a big bluegrass guy. Says yeah, he and I were the same generation basically. So yeah, like kind of the later set of boomers, I guess. Cat scratch fever. Yep, yeah, he loved that one. If you've ever heard Double Live Gonzo and you listen to certain songs on there like Great White Buffalo and um, Wang Dang Sweet Poontang, he's in the audience. Like he was in the audience in Dallas that night. That would have been what about 76 or somewhere like along those lines. I consider myself Gen X, but technically a boomer. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, yeah, you have to take the Nirvana test. Boomers fucking hate Nirvana. That's kind of what decides if you're a boomer. My dad like thought Nirvana was the worst band in the history of human beings. He's like, that's fucking beating and banging bullshit. He didn't even like Metallica either. Almost as much as they hate hip hop, yeah, they don't like no rap either. You know, Gizmodo says I'll take the fifth. Like, do you watch 60 Minutes? That's like a classic sign of boomerism. He says I like old school hip hop. That's what I like. I like the fucking like NWA and stuff like that. You know, Public Enemy. So he either like to throw hands or jam out. Sounds about right, right? Yep. I'm friends with the Roots. Oh, okay. He likes Gibson Birdlands. Oh, you talking about Nugent? Yeah, yeah. He owns, I think, most of the old Birdlands that are in existence. Like he bought them all up. Kendrick Lamar is worth a listen. I have to look him up. Yep. Black Thought used to work out with me. Shit. What about Drake? You know, I'm not an expert in that stuff, but I do like some of the older, like Cypress Hill and shit like that. You know, fucking like High Times and Insane in the Membrane and fucking like Public Enemy had that bass. Hello, can you go? P Diddy, never been a fan of P Diddy. I didn't like him back in the damn day, like back in the '90s when he was popular. I wasn't into P Diddy. Secret is keeping an open mind no matter what your age. Yeah, I mean my loyalty is to music as a whole, craft. So any kind of music that's interesting and well thought out and good and intelligent, like I'll listen to it. Even if it's some shit from now, I haven't heard most of the stuff from now, but if I heard something from now and I liked it, I'd like it. They're gonna love him in prison, the old P Diddy. Yeah, he might like it. I don't know. P Diddy even got me pissed off with fucking um, old Jimmy Page. He did that damn song with him. Like P Diddy lifted the riff from Kashmir, and Jimmy Page played with him on it. I thought it was like the most ridiculous thing. So kick out the jams, right? Hey kids, drugs are bad, okay? Okay. Drugs are bad, okay? I keep an open mind, but I'm sorry. A lot of the pop these days, the pop is as Steve Albini, blessed a man's soul, ripped to him. He just died like a week or two ago. Steve Albini, the recording guy, he said pop music is for children and idiots, and he was correct about that. No, pop ain't been good since probably the '50s or something like. But back when Frank Sinatra was pop, like that was good stuff. But yeah, you know, Britney, Taylor, all that stuff like that's for little kids and dumbasses. Where Meek Mill be at? Oh, I don't know. Do you ever listen to El Duce and the Mentors? I've heard some of their stuff. Yeah, that's one of the like the rougher like kind of underground bands. I've heard some of that shit, but I don't know a lot of their stuff. Olivia Rodrigo couldn't sing her own song on SNL. What y'all all saw the what was her name? Was it Ashley Simpson? Like that whole debacle she had on SNL. Like they started playing the song, and she for some reason like the song that was coming through her monitor, like she mistook it for another song, and she started singing the wrong lyrics to it, and it was like a big debacle like several years back. And so nowadays, when they record backing tracks in the studio, that they'll actually say the name of the song, like so you can hear it through the in-ear monitor before it starts up. I think I saw El Duce. Was it on Jerry Springer? Like when Guar was on there, like him and Guar. Yeah, and they had like a little back and forth there. I quit using those nicotine lozenges. I never tried the lozenges. I always did the patches. Like the patches make you have like really cool dreams and stuff. Like if you wear them to bed at night. 70s pop was the end, in my opinion. Yeah, you're talking about like maybe like Carpenters and stuff like that. Um, yeah, some of that stuff was okay. Yeah, yeah. There ain't very much pop music I like from the '80s. Except for Safety Dance was cool. I always like had a soft spot for that song. Sierra Farrell is really good. She was busking for years. Now she's doing a world tours. Yeah, I'm not familiar with her. Ashley was lip syncing. Olivia couldn't even sing the tune; was too high for her. Oh, see, I didn't see that clip. Well, we're down to the nub here. There was always a comparison between Gigi Allen and the Murder Junkies and El Duce and the Mentors. Yeah, didn't El Duce like get hit by a train or something? Like that's the way he got killed. Yeah, they were kind of like one of the rougher type bands, like lyrically and all that stuff. I can see the comparison from what I've heard by the Mentors. I'm not 15, so most pop eludes me unless I'm in a line at the mall trying to leave. Hell, I'm 40 and pop was horrible like when I was 15. Like I think Britney Spears might be like maybe 2 years older than me. To me, Gigi Allen had no equal in his crazy antics. Not that I know of. Yeah, he definitely one of a kind. My Generation X, like the Five Finger Death Punch song. I've heard of Five Finger Death Punch. I believe that's a metal band, isn't it? Yeah. AM radio ruled until the late '70s when FM took over. Pop died. Yeah, see, I missed all that. It was all FM by the time I came along. Like in the AM you'd have like the like talk shows and all that stuff, and the Grand Ole Opry still comes on AM, does it? I like DMX and Ludacris. Now, me and my best friend went to a pizza place um, when it was like 20 years ago when Ludacris had just come out with a song, and the chorus to it was "Move, bitch, get out the way, get out the way." And so we're going in the door of this pizza place. We're drunk, of course, and this girl like gets in his way, and he says, "Move, bitch, get out the way." and she turned out to be the damn like manager or owner of the pizza place or something. They threw us out. Give some Public Enemy. Oh shit, I ain't good with rap lyrics. Like I don't. I was always bad at like memorizing them. Easy E fucked up and got the 8 ball rolling. Fight the Power and Tupac, Snoop, Dre, Cube. I like me some Snoop. I tried some of Snoop Dogg's wine. That was really good wine, actually. Says I think your dad would be agreed. Like, he was not a rap fan. My old man. That YouTube is good for music as was FM radio in the 70s. Yeah, I mean you can find anything on YouTube now. It blows my damn mind. I tried for years when I was younger, like to get a King Crimson record. They didn't have CDs of them. All you could buy was like an old record. Nobody would sell me one. And like YouTube came out and they were on fucking YouTube. I was like, damn, okay, you know. I like Anthrax and Public Enemy collaborations. Yeah, yeah, when they did that with that Bring the Noise, yeah, that was classic. You have to get away from the big labels and just create. You know, like the more you get into music just as a fucking craft and a study, like you'll naturally kind of gravitate away from like mainstream shit. You can just about figure out if somebody can actually play or not just by looking at their fucking record collection or CD collection, whatever they have. The blues has become the basis for nearly every form of American popular music over the past 100 years. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's a little more complicated than that. Like blues was like a major factor. I think the like the first like real thing you could call pop music was probably ragtime, like in the early like the 1900s, 1910s. Then you got the blues in there. You had the jazz in there in the 20s, and you also had country going on like in other demographics, and that all kind of melded together. And by the 1950s, rock and roll came along, and that was a blending of blues and country and different things, and it's all kind of a mishmash of different styles. Blues like definitely like one of the more important ones there, because but most of your modern music like after the 50s, like you got very blues based, you know just blues based chord progressions and blues based singing and using a lot of blue notes, right? Let's see. YouTube, Spotify, Pandora, et al. With the death of music as we know it. Shit. I think the fucking iPod like caused a lot of stuff to sound like shit. The engineers like started just kind of fucking up the quality of the records because when you're listening to an iPod, like it doesn't matter what it sounds like on the earbuds. He says I'm 24, so all the pop is the equivalent of rot gut whiskey with the bum just leaves you feeling dumb, right? Well, I mean, I think Rick Beato got it right when he said that pop music was like musical junk food, basically. So it's like going to fucking McDonald's when you listen to Taylor Swift. Yeah, Tommy says as soon as his eyes open, he reaches for his guitar in his bed. He's talking about Tommy Emmanuel. Yeah, that sounds right. Like that guy's probably has to practice like every fucking minute of every day. And let's see what else we got here. I think I missed a couple. I met teenagers who haven't heard of the Beatles. That's pretty fucked up. Like that's a damn like a that's a tragedy of music education. Like people should be taught the Beatles in music classes because they give music classes in grade school and stuff. I like '80s pop, Madonna, Michael Jackson. Yeah, they had a couple of good people back then. I was never a big '80s guy though. It's much easier to release music these days, and labels are not significant anymore. Right? Yeah, I'm living proof of that. I ain't never had a fucking label. Wouldn't want one. They just like screw you out of all your money. What's a like all these really big people you've heard of that they probably make like maybe 13 cents off of every record they sell. The Maple Leaf Rag was the first million seller in American history. Yeah. Ragtime was the first really huge music that everybody listened to. So we're talking like the 1900 or maybe even late 1800s up till the 20s. It was ragtime. So then some guys on riverboats in New Orleans, like old Louis Armstrong, they started taking the ragtime music and fucking with it like a little bit and like putting some swing into it, and that's how jazz started. It kind of went from there. I think I'm done with this thing. That's so I got it that far. All right. Let me take a little tinkle and I'll be right back. We'll play a little music and stuff. Okay, no. What was the one I was supposed to do after the cigar? Like, I told somebody I was going to play something. Engineers don't know how to master analog for a digital format. It sounds horrible, but sorry, it's fine these days. Yeah, I mean, like especially like Rick Rubin like was was always the big offender for me because he used to turn his shit up too loud till it started clipping. They really started doing that back in the iPod days. Just make stuff louder so it stands out more, and it doesn't matter if you're listening to it in like little earbuds and stuff. Less sense of space in the music than there was in the '70s and before, right? Because they overcompress everything. That's the main reason for that, I think. And there's a lot more noise in the recordings these days. Just the dynamics have gone down. That's basically what it is. It says no Beatles equals child abuse. Yeah, correct. Like the Beatles should be part of anybody's music education. It's one of the most important groups of musicians in history. And let's see, he says, I'm not even a Beatles fan, and I still know that Sgt. Pepper's completely changed the game. That's right. Yeah, and it's a brilliant fucking album. It's like the complexity of it and the writing of it and all that good stuff. That should be required listening, like, if you're gonna get into music and shit, like it is as far as like, especially like if you're gonna like be a musician, like that should be required listening, like some Sgt. Pepper. Maple Leaf Rag sold more than 1 million copies of sheet music, which was how music was sold back then. Yeah, they had a few records back then, but it was, before the technology really got there. It was mostly, yeah, selling sheet music. That was the publishing business back then. Guar's lead guitarist quit this year because he just couldn't make enough money to support his family if he took time off his plumbing business to tour. Damn, they must have really went downhill after Oates died. Yeah, that's crazy. See, I saw him back in the Oates days. And Gizmodo says that's very sad and very telling about the state of things these days. Yeah, it's fucked up. See, somebody says key to the highway. Hold it with a rheostat. It says key to the highway. Do you have a day job, Ed? Not anymore. No, I'm just like making money off of this and playing gigs, basically, and just living very, very frugally. I used to build fences. You were set to play Crawling King Snake. Okay, yeah. Says, yeah, man, it's rough. I know their touring costs have got to be expensive with all that crew, but they have a big following. Yeah, they got the guy singing now was the original Beefcake, wasn't he? And now they got another guy playing Beefcake, right? Crawling King Snake. Should I be an open tuning for this? I think. Let's see. Yeah.
I'm a crawling king snake, and I rule my den. Well, I'm a crawling king snake, and I rule my den. Don't hang around my baby, I won't have you for my friend. Well, I'll be crawling to your window, crawling to your door. When you see me crawling, I'll be crawling on your floor. Well, I'm a crawling king snake, and I rules my den. Don't you be hanging around my maid, I won't have you for my friend. have you for my friend. Caught me crawling when the grass was very high. You know that I'll be crawling until the day I die. Well, I'm a crawling king snake, and I rule my den. Don't you be hanging around my maid, I won't have you for my friend. Another one, Key to the Highway.
Yeah, let's do some Key to the Highway. Need a capo for that.
I got the key to the highway, built out and bound to go. I'm gonna leave it running to walking, it's much too slow. I'm going back to the border where I'm better known, 'cause you ain't done nothing but drove a good man away from home. Give me one more kiss, mama, before I say goodbye. Well, I ain't leaving here till the day I die. Moon, people with a mountain, but honey, I'll be on my way. I'm gonna walk that highway till the break of day. Well, it's so long, baby, I must say goodbye. I'm gonna run on this highway until the day I die. I got the key to the highway, built out bound to Rome. I'm gonna leave it running, 'cause walking much too slow.
There's a Bill Brunsey there, Key to the Highway. That chord progression actually became really famous in blues music. They call it the Brunsey pattern or whatever. It's like you go to the damn 5 first. You go from the 1 to the 5, then you go to the 4. So I like Blackbird by the Beatles. Yeah, let's see. Let's get me kicked off of YouTube here. Focus. There we go. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment to arrive. Do you think technology killed music? Well, I mean, it roboticized it. Like once people fell in love with it too much. I mean, the Beatles used to use a lot of crazy technology for their time, but like when it started getting like computerized and they started lining up the drums and to where there's practically nobody playing on the record and shit like that kind of sucks the soul out of it. Like the thing that makes like really old records sound great is that even if there's no obvious fuck ups in it, like people are fucking up just a little. They're just a little off beat. They're like a little like just off of perfect. There's humanity in it, right? Taylor Swift notwithstanding, they started back in the late '90s after the stadium tour era. If you're not the Stones, U2, or Springsteen, you're going to be on tour with at least one other band. Like, what was he saying up here? Yeah, that's right. Mike Bishop, former Beefcake, now Blothar the Berserker. Right, that's right. Yeah. I don't know that you'll see many modern bands with solo tours again because of the cost. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to have like huge tour revenue these days, like unless you're like some legacy act. So that was terrific, Ed. Appreciate that. Any kids? Nah, nah. I don't. I decided not to do kids. uh, let's see, 15451. Yeah, that's the Brunsey deal there. Technology didn't kill music, greed did. And maybe the pandering to the lowest common denominator of people and just roboticizing everything. Yeah. Paul wrote Blackbird when he was 12 years old. I didn't know that. Shit. Old was natural, no click track. Well, I mean, like a click track isn't really a problem, um, as long as there's a human playing to it. But if you take the drum set and you line it up to the click track artificially after it's been played, and then cover it with samples and shit, then it starts to be like robotic, right? It says "Huckle Up," Baby John Lee Hooker song. Put that on your list. Might do some dimples here in a minute. Red Wolf says auto tune. Yeah, yeah, auto tune definitely ruined vocals. Time aligning ruined drums. Just listen to any rock song, like by Nickelback or somebody like that, and what you'll hear is time aligned drums, and it sounds mechanical as hell. There's something lacking in the humanity of it. You can tell. There might be a drummer playing on the record, but after the fact, they took the drums and lined them up to a grid and made them perfect. So once you do that, the drummer's not really playing the track anymore, right? And they replaced all the drum hits with samples and all that shit. And Duke Sends me $4.99. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that. Says sounds awesome, man. Killer finger picking. I appreciate you there. Says no kids for me either, right? Now, I did have a daughter when I was 19. She got adopted out. I talk to her these days, but she lives in a different state. But after I got married, like I decided, look, no kids, no. Just using a click track stops the idiosyncrasies that any player has, and yeah, that's the key to like, human sounding music is idiosyncrasies. Greed is going to kill us, if probably, yeah, somewhere down the road. Says don't forget to like and subscribe. It's good for the algorithm and the soul, right? Yeah, if you never hit that like button or have subscribed to my channel, like please do that. The YouTube algorithm likes that. All of y'all do it for PewDiePie, do it for me, right? Need a beer here. And yeah, I appreciate y'all's super chats too. Like that's the only way this show will make money. Like, cause I don't put ad revenue on these because I play copyright stuff anyway, so they'll just take it. They'll probably copyright something on here and put ads on it later and keep all the money. Like I won't get any of that. So the success of tonight's show depends on your super chats. But this 50 guy called 50, the username 50 left me 100 British pounds earlier, so he's definitely helping make this show a success. And thanks to that guy. And of course, up to 100 pounds of British is worth more than that in dollars. I always talk about the click tracks, the click track. I thought he meant the grid. No, I was never against click tracks. Like I've used them. In fact, you could tell if somebody can play by whether or not they can play to a click track. I've met people who can't play to one. I like kids when they're someone else's. Yeah, I was never a big kid person or an animal person either, really. If you break down the Beatles' harmonies on their tracks, they're not perfect, but they sound natural and perfect from them. Yeah, their harmonies aren't like the damn Vienna Boys Choir. Like they're off in some places, but it still sounds cool. In fact, I've heard people who were into like classical singing, like real top of the line vocal people be like, oh, the Beatles couldn't really sing. Yeah, they they were more musical than most people though. Like not perfect is good. Good art, in my opinion, is art that is not perfect. The Beatles are huge in the Philippines. The covers over there are awesome. A very high expectation from the audiences. You ever heard the story of the Beatles like almost getting killed over there? Like that one time that the the dictator of the Philippines, I think it was what DeMarco or whatever his name was. Um, he wanted him to do a show for his wife or some shit, if I remember right, and they blew him off. And and they almost got killed, like just trying to get out of there. You know, they were touring the world at the time. They toured Australia. I actually played at a Filipino birthday party one time. I wish you had told me that they liked the Beatles a lot, because I didn't play any Beatles songs. I was playing a bunch of blues and stuff because I was by myself, like playing the acoustic. They had no idea what I was playing. It just like some like white American friend of mine had married a Filipino, and she had her whole family there, and they were doing a party, and I played up there. Yeah, Mark. It's like a Mel DeMarcos or something. I think was the dictator's name. That's why they. That's kind of why they quit touring, because everywhere they went, like they were so big. It's like we're gonna get fucking killed touring, so they just quit touring. You know. Mel DeMarco was the wife. Okay, yeah. For some reason in my head, I thought the dictator's name was Emil de Marco, but I just heard wrong, I guess. Music as wallpaper. Yeah, that's what music is kind of becoming now. Like if you listen to stuff like this top 40 on Billboard, it's becoming wallpaper. It's all becoming Kenny G. The reason for that is people are using it as wallpaper now. Like they're just listening to something in the background while they're playing a video game. That's what people believe music is for now. The whole culture of just sitting down with a record player and just listening to something like as a self-contained piece of art, like that's done now. Click track is better than a drummer with terrible timing. Right. Hit that right on the head. Yeah. Of course, a drummer with terrible timing can't play to a click track anyway. Like yeah, like the biggest groups now. This is becoming more vibey. Like now the mainstream music. I don't know how to. It's becoming more ambient, because that's what people are using it for. They're playing it in the background, right? So basically, major artists on Billboard now are all Kenny G, basically. We'll provide some background music while you're playing Call of Duty, right? Quote, I can't remember when, and I may misremember the quote. Ringo isn't the best drummer in the band, but he was. No, Ringo was a solid drummer. Like he wasn't he didn't have a big bag of tricks, but he was extremely solid. He could keep a real solid beat. And Hill McCartney could play pretty damn good on the drums. You know, McCartney's playing drums on Birthday, and I think he might be on Back in the USSR too. Luckily, there is only one Lars Ulrich. I heard Metallica like a live recording of them one time, and they played Sad But True, and he played that song in damn like three different fucking tempos. I was like, what the fuck is he doing there? I mean, he's he's got a good bag of tricks. Like he can do a lot of a lot of footwork with the kick drums and stuff. Not much of a tempo guy, like live at least. Like he's good on the records. Ringo and Charlie Watts. Yeah, Charlie Watts was real solid too. Yeah, Rolling Stones guy. But then you got like other drummers. Like Bonzo and Mitch Mitchell, who didn't have like the most fucking rigid timing in the world, but they were like just outrageous, like the way they played. And Keith Moon, the same way. Just kind of, you know, just depends on what works for a particular band. Ringo was a southpaw playing right-handed kit and gave him a unique sound. Yeah, yeah. Go back and listen to um, "Come Together" when he does those rolls. That like he's starting from the floor tom, like, and going up because he's playing a right-handed kit backwards. He was the best Beatle. I think that was a Lennon quote. Like I think if I had to decide who was the best, like, just all around musician in the band, like, I'd probably say Paul McCartney. 'Cause, he could play like pretty much any instrument. He was like a multi instrumental guy. There was like a couple of Beatles songs he did all by himself, and he had like a brilliant sense of like counterpoint. He had like J.S. Bach levels of counterpoint, like when he was writing bass lines. Sonny Payne's a fantastic drummer. I'm not sure if I've heard of him. Again, I may be misremembering, but didn't Jimmy record drums back in the Band of Gypsy days when Mitch didn't turn up for the recordings? Well, the Band of Gypsies had Buddy Miles on it. I don't recall any song with Hendrix playing the drums on it. I'm not sure if he could play drums. There might have been one. I'm not sure about that. He did play bass on like a Watchtower when Noel Redding didn't show up. And Max Weinberg and Questlove are also metronomic. So Weinberg, I think you were telling me, was the guy on Conan O'Brien, right? Like the band leader that played the drums. Yeah, he was pretty good. He played for all kind of people though, didn't he? He played for like Springsteen and shit like that. He says Paul was the best musician in the band. Yeah, like, just as a musician, I would say McCartney probably the best all around musician. Like, he's kind of a jack of all trades. Ringo was like a specialist. He just played drums and only drums, and so he could outdrum McCartney. But McCartney was like just all around, musician in the classic sense of the word. Sonny Payne was with Count Basie. Okay, this is back in the swing days. Okay, I likes me some Gene Krupa, like from that time. Day Tripper and Paperback Writer are my favorite songs by them. Rockin' riffs. Oh man, I like some fucking Paperback Writer. I used to try to do Day Tripper with bands, but I never could get the harmonies on it with people. And you forget doing Paperback Writer like with the harmonies on that. It's actually hard to get people to do fucking harmonies, like when you put a band together. Especially like with the Beatles, you got like three or four parts, and I run a three piece. That yeah, the girl that plays bass for me now like does really good on backing vocals, and so we pull off a few Beatles tunes. John was asked if Ringo was as good as the other drummers, and John said he was the best for the Beatles. That's probably right. I don't know if the Beatles would have sounded that great with fucking Keith Moon playing, but the Who sure did, right? Give me some of the Jones brothers, Joe, Philly, Joe, and Elvin. I like some fucking Elvin Jones. Like, I think he might have been a big influence on Mitch Mitchell. Like, because Hendrix used to call Mitch Mitchell his Elvin Jones. Because Ringo was a percussionist, right? Yeah, They definitely had him like hitting some weird pieces of percussion, like when they got into the psychedelic era. That's kind of sad, you know. Those guys are in their 80s now, and they're probably going to be dying off pretty soon here. That sucks. Paul with his vegetarian ass, he'll probably live to be like 90 something. But yeah, a lot of these guys like Dylan and Clapton and all these people, they're probably not going to be around much longer. Let's do a let's do some Gentleman Jack here. Ringo was the oldest Beatle, so he's God, he'd probably be like 85 this year, I think. In my opinion, Max Roach and Joe Morello were the best of the bunch. Mac Roach was real fucking good. Like Max Roach, yeah, he's a hell of a drummer. Haven't heard too much of Morello's stuff. Mitch kept the rhythm going, and and Jimmy was on bass. My bad. Yeah, yeah. Hendrix played the bass on a like Watchtower. Him and like Noel Redding like hated each other at the time, and Noel Redding didn't show up, so he just played the bass on it. As far as drumming, I don't know if Hendrix could play drums. 'Alright, cheers, Gentleman Jack, the only tolerable Jack Daniels. Morello was with Dave Brubeck, so I have heard his stuff. Just didn't know it. Handled exotic times like he was born to them. Yeah, he like like Brubeck had like some Latin songs and all kind of weird stuff. I got a Dave Brubeck record in here somewhere. It skips real bad. Of course you got the Take Five. That's like one of the biggest hits of like old jazz. Life isn't a scary ride; it's a fast ride. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it gets faster the older you get. Too, I've noticed. Like Christmas seems like it was like 3 days ago to me right now. Like you're a kid, like it takes like 9 years for Christmas to come around, and the time like just goes by faster and faster. 1959 was the year that changed music. Giant Steps, Kinda Blue, and Take Five came out that year. Yeah, that's right. I didn't even think about that. The Kinda Blue was Miles Davis's masterpiece. Take Five, yeah, by old Dave Brubeck. Hmm. Wait till you get 60. I, I, I can't wait. Can't wait. I think maybe 5 or 10 years I'll start like actually looking old and stuff. I got the gray in my damn goatee and stuff now. And I got some gray hair in here. You can't really see it on camera, but I think I'm still pretty well intact at 41. I'll be 41 next week. Still looking good. Right. So yeah, that's one thing I want to tell y'all is next week the show will not be on Wednesday. It'll be on Thursday because that'll be my birthday. So I can sit here and like narcissistically celebrate myself or whatever. And Giant Steps was Coltrane. Oh, okay, Coltrane. Yeah, one of the jazz greats. Repeat after me. Get off my lawn. Yeah, I had to mow my lawn today. And see, like growing up, I didn't have to. Like my dad, like never cut the grass. He just let it grow. He didn't give a shit. And now I have to mow my lawn, right? And I'm riding around on this riding lawnmower and stuff, and I feel like some asshole off King of the Hill or something. That kind of makes me feel old. And I got a Chinese triangle hat that I wear when I mow the lawn because it keeps the sun off of your fucking neck. Actually, I hope nobody like takes a picture of me wearing that thing. Did you ever tell us how old you were when you started playing guitar? I was about 9 or 10, somewhere around there. Like my dad got me started. You know, he had the Gibson Les Paul, and he had a like an acoustic that was a like a Alvarez or something like that. Silver, not gray. That's what I tell everyone. Yeah, but mine's getting there. Like the front is starting to get some silver in there. Wear black socks and sandals to do it, and you'll be authentic. No, I wear my damn skateboard shoes. Fucking Van skateboard shoes. That's what I wear. When I do gigs, I wear Chelsea's, like like the Beetle boots and the Chelsea boots. King of the Hill was excellent, even here in the UK. Propane. That boy ain't right, Bobby. Honestly, when King of the Hill came out, I think it was the '90s. It kind of pissed me off because I was like a huge like mega fan of Beavis and Butthead, and I was like really pissed off that Mike Judge had stopped doing Beavis and Butthead. Then I see Hank Hill on TV. Like, what them boys doing over there? That's fucking supposed to be Mr. Anderson, man. That's Tom Anderson. Shit. Maybe they think you have a Chinese landscaper. Well, I mean, being 6'2" and with crazy hair, I don't know. Like they just think they have some weird white guy next door. I think. Like my mom like lives down the driveway, and she's like, I saw you out there with that Chinese hat on. I tried to take a picture of you, but like you'd gone back in the house. I was like, well, good. Supernatural, the TV series got an episode about Robert Johnson selling his soul to the devil. Yeah, that was all bullshit. Like they didn't even they didn't believe that back when he was around, like back in the '30s. That actually got started in the 1960s. Like the first guy they thought who sold his soul to the devil was Tommy Johnson, right? The canned heat guy, the canned heat blues. No one recognized Tom Anderson. Yeah, those boys are whacking off in my tool shed, right? Hank wasn't as confused as Tom Anderson, but he had propane and propane accessories, right? Canned heat killing me, right? Yeah, yeah. Tommy Johnson was the original guy who apparently sold his soul to the devil, and of course he became a character in "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?" Or Where Art Thou? Right? That old movie. He was the black guy that helped him play, right? The film Crossroads may have perpetuated the selling your soul theory. It started back in the '60s. Like it might have started with Son House. Actually, he said, that boy, like Robert Johnson was like a boy to him, like he was a younger guy to him. That boy like left his parents and he went away and Then he'd come back and he could play like hell. And I don't know. Right. My kids bought me Beavis and Butthead, Dr. Martens when I was 50. Like they had Beavis and Butthead themed Doc Martin boots. Where can I get those? Shit. But my damn punk buddies used to wear Doc Martens back in the day. That was like the official punk boot, like the combat boot they used to wear. Right. Hey baby, I got a beer. Want some? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Send me some. Docs are so comfortable. Doc Martens were like the official combat boot of the '90s. Oh, I forgot I was in damn Open G. I grew up with the movie Crossroads and the Steve Vai duo, or duel. It was pretty much. Yeah, I mean, wasn't Stevie Ray alive at the time? Like they could have called him, right? So did you do the whole skinhead thing back in your punk days? No, no, I didn't. Like I knew skinheads, and not all skinheads were Nazis. Um, like, well, I'll tell you the story of the skinheads. So gas worker sends me $10. Thank you very much for that, sir. I appreciate that. Okay, so skinheads, they actually predate punk music. They started in the 1960s in Britain. They were a backlash to the mods. Okay, the mods were these like kind of upper middle class, like rich kids who, you know, basically dressed like the Who. The Who were a mod band, and they came up with this whole thing. It was like you know, we're fucking working class, man. They were kind of like a more conservative type of thing, like working class and fuck you, and you know all that stuff. As it evolved over time, like certain groups split off and became Nazis and all that stuff. And that's what people associate skinheads with now is, you know, being racist and all that stuff. Not all of them were like that. Like not back in my day. Like when I was going to punk shows, they were just kind of like conservative punks or something, or like a more working class and all that stuff. So he says skinheads over here they were ska. Okay, yeah. And Gizmodo says I love British '70s ska. I don't think I've heard no '70s ska like you had bands like Screwdriver and uh, you know stuff like that, like skinhead bands. Went out on the road for a year and came back good as hell. Oh, okay, shit. You know, they say the road like you live on beer, and you get to see like the country and all that stuff, and like the first time, you know, the second time you kind of get tired of it. But like when I hung out with punks, like I didn't even do the punk style. I pretty much like look like I look now, like with just the hair and stuff. I never bought into the mohawks and the you know the shaved head and all that stuff. Yeah, I did have a few band T-shirts. My friends did. And they had the mohawks and the Liberty spikes and the the fins and all that stuff. I never did. Still got some spike belts and things like that, and like spike bracelets and that kind of stuff. Like to me, punk was like a different version of rock and roll, like the last true version of rock and roll. And I think I talked about this last time. Um, like going to a really good punk show for me, like with the right bands, it was kind of like probably like going to a fucking Jerry Lee Lewis show back in the '50s or something. That's what it felt like. Kind of had like electricity to it, right? The selector, the beat, all that two tone stuff, right? I remember the first time I saw a punk mohawk. It was about a foot tall and bleached blonde. Right. They used to take Jello, and that's how they would get their mohawks that tall. You know, in my high school, the art teacher of all people actually talked the principal into banning hair that was over 3 inches high because of my punk buddies. That they were wearing those really tall mohawks, just putting Jello in them. That was like their styling cream. Two Tone was a British record label that specialized in British ska. I think ska, like I believe it got started in Britain, right? Well, I mean, as far as like non-Jamaicans playing it, like a ska actually was a form of music like from Jamaica before reggae came out. It was just like a bit faster, and like some British groups like picked up on it. That's basically ska there, right? And it's different than American ska. We used to have a ska band that came around here. They weren't local exactly, but they were regional. They were called the Independents. They played what they called horror ska. So they played ska that was like influenced by the Misfits. It was like a ska with like horror lyrics. The singer called himself Elvis, Evil Presley, like he sang like Elvis. I got to know them real well, like back in the day. Lee Perry was instrumental in both ska and reggae. Okay, I don't think I know Lee Perry. And I wasn't too big on ska. Like I liked like the Independents, that regional band we used to go see, and I actually liked Sublime a lot. They did kind of a ska band, sort of, kind of. And No Doubt was even good. I kind of like No Doubt. But the more underground stuff, you had like the Boss Tones and shit, Operation Ivy. The British guys like don't know too much about them, but I believe it did take off first in Britain. He was a Jamaican producer, stuttered among others Toots and the Maytals. Hmm. Okay. The Voodoo Glow Skulls are my favorite ska band. Oh, do I know them? I don't think I've heard of them. Dread Zeppelin. Now that's led with an Elvis twist played in a reggae style. But there's a band that does ska Led Zeppelin with Elvis over it. That sounds like kind of interesting. But that fucking first Sublime album that came out, like that got big, um, like that got really big in my high school. Like everybody had it, and we didn't know the guy was dead and shit. Like he had died, and they put it out posthumously, and the album got big. But they were more kind of mainstream. But I think they count as a ska band. You have to seriously check out Dread Zepp. I have to look that up. Like that sounds too fucking interesting. Any kind of weird, like just fucked up kind of music, like I'll find that. The Mighty Boss Tones were big on the East Coast just before No Doubt hit. Oh, okay. They did have a couple of like really big hits. Says JD says yeah, the Beatles manager didn't them they had to meet the Philippines president in the morning. It nearly cost them their lives. Marcos sent a mob of thugs to scare them, but it got out of hand. Yeah, they barely got out of the country. Like I don't know the details of it, but they pissed the Philippines off, like when they were like playing there for just blowing off the dictator for some reason. The specials were fucking classic, like Too Much Too Young, etc. I don't think I know them. He says, "I'm old. I don't remember shit anymore." Need a beer. Specials, another British ska band. Okay, I don't really know the British ones. I mean, there was one that was like fundamental to the shit that like brought it over there, but I can't remember what their name was. Didn't the Clash like kind of have like a little reggae ska period like in their career too? I wasn't a fucking Clash guy, but I was a Pistols guy. You Brit teenager, Doctor Feelgood and Wilco Johnson. Hmm. You thinking of the Scatolites? I might be. There's some seminal band that brought ska to Britain, like back in the probably the late '70s or something like that. And milk and alcohol. Remember Doctor Feelgood, etc. I sure don't. Like the Doctor Feelgood I know is like a Motley Crue song. that was post Wilco, but yeah, I've heard of Wilco, like a band called Wilco at least. Love Dr. Feelgood, Wilco Johnson's incomparable rhythm hand. Okay, they mean a guy in the band. Okay. Dr. Feelgood was pre-punk, punk. Okay, it's like a proto-punk band, like British. Like like as far as like proto-punk, I don't know if you could consider like Alice Cooper proto-punk, but I kind of do. He was like my favorite proto-punk performer. Early '70s R&B blues band. Okay. Well, like Alice was kind of more shock rock, like it's kind of more of a like a Marilyn Manson precursor, but he had like some kind of like proto punk vibe, I think. Time for a shizot. Let's see. Let's take a vote here. Okay. They covered John Lee Hooker, Boom Boom Boom. Oh, damn. Yeah, I'll do that before I take a shot. Play some Boom Boom. Finish this smoke here. The Ska Daddles. Ooh, I don't think I know them. Even Queen did a pre-punk track like Sheer Heart Attack. Yeah, they like in their early days, like they had a couple of hard hitters, you know, like Stone Cold Crazy. I think that like Metallica probably lifted that when they did Hit the Lights. I think it sounds a lot like it. Boom, 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 boom. Gonna shoot you right down, right off of your feet. Take you home with me. I'll put you in my house, drive you in my car. I love to hear you talk, that baby talk. How, hey, hey. Kind of used to playing that with a damn band, but Wilco was a one-off. Yeah, I've heard of the band Wilco. Yeah. Down by the jetty, Malpractice. I've heard of Malpractice. They were short-lived. They left the punk scene. Oh, okay. We got a YouTube link from Gizmodus here. Let's check it out. Let me pull up the window capture here. Oh, got the ad blocker turned on. I can't hear it, but I got no monitor on this stuff.
Boom, 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 boom.
Down by the jetty, Dr. Feelgood.
Gonna shoot you right down, right off of your feet. Take you home with me, put you in my house.
Yeah, so I can't really hear it. I don't have no speakers going. Hang on. Yeah, pull this window back out real quick. Readjust things here real fast. Okay. Yeah. Probably won't go through, but that's Dr. Feelgood version. Did y'all hear that? I have no way of knowing. Wilco said he was heavily influenced by John Marr. Okay. I've got monitors here, but damn it, too much stuff over here. I've got monitors, but I have to cut them on and hope it don't feed back. All right. Move it over here so I can see.
Boom, 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 boom.
It's gonna feed back.
I love to see you strut
Yeah.
up and down my floor. When you're talking to me, that baby tone, I like it like that.
That's a ska band? That's pretty damn solid, like for a blues cover there. All right. He says no, they were playing pre-punk. Oh, okay, okay. Kind of too light sounding. Yeah, yeah. I couldn't get the fucking volume up because it was echoing and feedback and all that stuff. I got like speakers here. I don't have headphones. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna take a leak. All right. I would love to sit here one day and just show y'all some videos of like weird music and shit. Probably have to get me a pair of headphones out here and do it hatless. Can't really do that kind of stuff with speakers because it echoes and it feeds back and all that kind of shit. I know some weird ass music. Dr. Feelgood's studio albums are good, but it's the live stuff that really rips. That's pretty much any punk band. Like if you ask me, like their live stuff is always better. That's kind of what it's meant for. You know, it's meant to be raw. And Gizmodo says that I could send it to you later. Okay, yeah, just send me a like an email link. How about like everybody here that can still hear me, like the 20 of you that are still here, um, send me like the most fucked up, just weird music you know, and I might play it like next time I do a live show, and we'll compare it to the weird stuff I know. Sid Witten says they got me into blues, them and Canned Heat. Oh, okay. You know, Gizmodo says fucked up in what way? Just like the kind of music you would like troll somebody with, like who wasn't into music. Like if you like had some Taylor Swift fan and you could play him something that would like just troll him or something, right? You know, like in the Wesley Willis kind of department. Did you like the band Wilco? I didn't hear enough of their stuff. I only heard like a couple of songs. It was like 20 years ago, probably. No one here knows Dr. Feelgood, so I feel like I'm on an island. Like in Seattle, though, I thought Seattle would be like a pretty good town for like weird music and shit. Some strange stuff that's still musically good is Comus, like 70s pagan folk prog. That sounds interesting. I tell you what I like to troll people with is Trout Mask Replica by Captain Beefheart. That's some good shit to troll people with. They're a fairly obscure British band, yeah. Like old Dr. Feelgood. Yeah, I'd never heard of them. Maybe a bit of Zappa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But Zappa was connected with Captain Beefheart. Who here has heard Trout Mask Replica? It's like a legendary album. It's it's one you like want to hear about one time, and William Shatner doing Lucy in the Sky. Oh fuck, I forgot about Will Shatner. Yeah, him doing Rocket Man and Mr. Tambourine Man. Like yeah, that's some fucking good weird shit there. Rocket Man, burning out a fuse up here alone. Yeah. Man, I genuinely like Trout Mask Replica. Like once the weird grooves click in your head, it's actually a great vibe. It yeah, I mean it. You get used to it after a while. I think it's a bit long. Like it's like a double album. Like I heard it like a couple of times. Like, oh, okay, okay, got the T-shirt. You know, like if they had cut it down like to maybe the best stuff or like one album, like I would have liked it better. Some Gentleman Jack. And let's see. Sid Witten says at Gizmodus they were cool as fuck, looking big time. Talking about the Bill Shatner stuff. Mr. Tambourine Man. I like Randall Bramblett. He's from Athens, Georgia. Okay, damn, like haven't heard of him. Let's see. Gizmodo says I always thought so, but everyone was like, "Who the fuck is that?" Or do you mean the Doctor Feelgood guys? The Mummies. Don't think I know them. Shatner did an album with Ben Folds that was actually really good. He did one with Henry Rollins I liked a lot. It was called I Can't Get Behind That. I can't get behind that. Rory Gallagher was in a class was class in the 70s here in Ireland for the blues is what did that guy was a hell of a guitar player. So he's up in Ireland, Mr. Sid Witten. Okay, yeah, I'm half Irish. I like me some damn old oh, what was his damn name? Luke Kelly, like one of my favorite folk artists. I think Shatner thought he was a good singer at first, but then he just went with it. I think he was fucking trolling. Like I don't know. Like, or maybe he was being like artsy fartsy or something. Heard of Sun Volt? I don't think so. That's on the Ben Folds album. Oh, okay, the Henry Rollins track. Okay, yeah, I didn't know that. Sun Volt was an offshoot of Wilco. Wasn't? Oh, okay. They paid him a lot of money to sing, so why not? He's talking about Bill Shatner. That was just like the funniest stuff ever. Rocket Man burning out a fuse up here alone. I can't believe he did it. I think he was fucking trolling. He's a rocket man. Yeah. Did Leonard Nimoy do a record? Wilco and Son Volt are both offshoots of Uncle Tupelo. Okay. You see, I just for some reason I heard Wilco back in the day. Like I didn't know their history or nothing like that. Taste was a damn fine band. I wish I was your catfish. Imagine yourself on a boat by a river. That's a Leonard Nimoy song. I didn't know Leonard Nimoy did records. Nimoy covered "If I Had a Hammer." Like, was he actually singing, or was he like just kind of talking like Shatner. How about the Shags? Like, fucking any Shag fans up in here? Who knows the Shags? Nimoy was singing. Just should have stuck with his regular job. Yeah, I had no idea that Leonard Nimoy like made records. I have to look that up. Back like 20 years ago, I remember that "Fell in Love with the Drummer" song by Wilco would always come on at parties. Instant vibe killer. Who the fuck would fall in love with a drummer? He talked it like Shatner, flat as a board. Hmm. Yeah, the Shags was weird stuff. Yeah. Kurt Cobain's favorite record. And Gizmodo says I remember the Shags. Frank Zappa said the Shags were better than the Beatles. I mean, I might disagree on that, but still a good band. I mean, it's like these 13-year-old girls. They were all sisters. Their dad was told by a psychic that that his kids would be like mega rock stars or something. So he made them learn to play in quote marks. He took them to a studio. The guy at the studio says, "Man, I don't know if these girls are ready yet to make records." And he said, "No, no, record it, fucking cut it." And they made the record, and it's some of the most fucked up playing you've ever heard in your life. But it's pleasing like in a weird way, like the Shags music. Like listen to My Pal Foot Foot or something like that, or Philosophy of Life. The album now is like a collector's item. Michael on ketamine says, "Good morning, boys. Nice to catch y'all streaming again." How you doing, Michael on ketamine? David Camholt says, "Do you guys like to collect songs that are so bad they're good, like Drop Kick Me Jesus through the goalpost of life?" That sounds like one I should look up. Who falls in love with the drummer was Jeff Tweedy's girlfriend, I guess. I don't know. Like with bands, like the guitar players, like usually the smart guy, like me, of course. Um, you always have a drummer that's like a fuck off and kind of just acts like a fucking jack off. You got a bass player that's always on parole or something like that. That's usually the cliche of bands. Dad thought they'd be huge stars. That's right. Yeah, the father of the Shags, like was told by a psychic that they would be like huge rock stars or something. And so he takes them to a studio, like not knowing how to play, and they make a record. And it's one of the oddly greatest bad recordings of all time. It is so fucking terrible, but it's awesome. And Michael on ketamine says, "Oh yes, the Shags. I guess you can LW." Always say they were avant-garde. They were kind of Dada, I guess, right? It's a huge collector's item, yeah. Like that original Shags record, like cost a lot of money on eBay. How about Jesus Christ You're Tall by Harry Nilsson? I've heard of Harry Nilsson. I'm not too familiar with his stuff. King Crimson in the Hall of the Crimson King. Okay, like King Crimson, like one of my few prog bands that I really like. I told the story earlier. Back in the day, I tried to get King Crimson records, but couldn't because they only had stuff like out on old records. They didn't have CDs out back then. Like all you could do was like buy old records, and nobody wanted to sell me one. Yes, I am familiar with like in the Hall of the Crimson King, and Great Deceiver is my favorite King Crimson song. Like really good song. The band Fanny was underrated. I'd never heard of them. My father liked to make fun of a song he heard growing up. We need a we need a whore. Like I can't like the hearts over it. Like the heart on the chat. I think the chat's cutting out. Hang on. Like all right, there we go. So David Camholt says my father liked to make fun of a song we heard growing up. We need a whole lot more of Jesus and a whole lot less rock and roll. Yeah, shit. Send me links, folks. Like, you got my email, like in the description down here. Like, send me links. I'll play these songs like next week. Hang on, hang on. Robert Fripp married to Toya Wilcox. Prog meets punk. Yeah, I went to my local record store like 20 some odd years ago, and I said, like, do you know where I can find some King Crimson? He was like my trusted record dealer. Like, surely he had one. And he said, well, you could probably call Robert Fripp, like, if you want a CD. You just couldn't get their shit back then. And finally, things like Napster and YouTube came out, and you could get King Crimson. A whole lot more of Jesus. Fanny might have been big if they didn't have such a bad band name. Maybe Aerosmith would have been forgotten to history too if they were just called Butt. Would right? Nirvana was almost called Poo Poo Box. Yeah, like a lot of there's a lot in a fucking band name. Robert Fripp produced the brilliant Roche's first album. Okay, shit. Gizmodo says, "What's a record store?" Yeah, they used to have those. Even when I was a teenager, they had a few record shops around. Especially with the punk guys, because the punk dudes like back then like didn't really like CDs all that much. They bought singles like on vinyl and records and stuff. Like you'd go up to a merch table at a punk show and they'd have singles for sale. Next to the punk club in Augusta, Georgia, they had like a record store called Infernal Racket. It's run by an old hippie guy um, who sold punk records, but he'd kind of take me back, and he'd have like a stack of records like ready for me. Like every time I come up there, he knew I was into like the kind of shit he was into. He'd show me like Jethro Tull records and Beatles records and stuff like that. Like, want this, want this, want this, and I had no money at the time. Like I might buy one when I was up there. Yeah, your old trusted record dealer back in the day, like who knew what you fucking wanted and would have stuff ready for you. Butthole surfers, right? I kind of remember them. They were on like alternative tentacles, weren't they? Like old Jello Biafra's record label. You'd have to wait 2 weeks for it to come in. Yes, I used to go to Disc Jockey, like in the '90s, and they had like pop records and top 40 stuff like there for sale, and I never fucking wanted that stuff. So I would have to go up to the counter, and the guy at the counter would pull out like a big fucking thick ass like phone book and put it down there. Like, all right, what you looking for here? I'm looking for Gigi Allen. I want to fuck myself, please. And he'd look at me like I was insane, and he'd thumb through the phone book there, and he like had every record like imaginable in there, and he'd find it. It's like, all right, just come back in 2 weeks, and we'll have it for you. Right? They didn't have shit like on the racks. Like they had like Christina Aguilera and stuff like that. Right? Cole says at Gizmodus, fair at least with the surfers. The name let you know that they were what you were getting into. Right, right. And every day you'd be waiting on pins and needles. That's right. You're ordering a record. My dad used to do it too. They didn't have nothing he liked in disc jockey. Like he'd have to go up to the counter and look through the goddamn catalog. Like I want this Montrose record right here. 'Cause he was kind of into like obscure stuff. It's harder now to randomly come across good music for some reason, even though everything is online. It's kind of true. I mean, it might be because there's no like community associated with it now. Like YouTube has everything imaginable on there, but you don't have people like socializing with you and telling you like you should try this record, you should try this record because there's no culture now of listening to records, basically. Different issue instead of too little is too much. That could have something to do with it too. I mean, it's getting like bombarded with so much stuff. There's no taco station to listen to. No DJs that you trust to play good music. Well, right, like starting back in the '90s with Bill Clinton signing a particular law, it allowed like these big, really huge corporations to conglomerate like all the radio stations and stuff, and like all the radio stations now are owned by like just a few different companies, and their playlists like come from the top down. So you can't have a situation these days where like a DJ just decides like I think I'll play this fucking weird British Beatles record that nobody's heard like and see if it takes off, right? That's how the Beatles got big in America. Like just some DJ like with his own autonomy said, I think I'll just spin this Beatles record and see what happens. Don't really get that now. different issues instead of too little. Just read that. Chantel McGregor. Didn't I write that down last week? Let me see. Yeah, yeah. Got it on this list here. Like, haven't gone through the fucking list yet. Yeah, it's on there. Right there. Yeah. Read Noam Chomsky. He was talking about the declination of media outlets back in the 70s. Oh, I've read Noam Chomsky. I'm familiar with him. It's like a anarcho syndicalist linguist. Yeah. Haven't read his stuff on media though. Still alive too. He's like 90 something. He's probably close to 100. Anyone out there seen Evan Nicole Bell live? I don't think I know. I don't think I know her. He wasn't wrong. Fucking Noam was right about a lot of shit. Like academically, like he's the father of modern linguistics. 756. Like you mean 96 last year? Yeah, he's old as hell. Yeah, like all the punk people, like back in my day, like used to have Noam Chomsky books and be like, "Fucking read this," because he's got like anarchy, like kind of tendencies and stuff. I think he's like an anarcho syndicalist or something. Kenny Everett did the same in the UK with Bo Rap. He made Queen bigger on the UK radio when they told him not to. We all need someone to promote, right? I mean, it would be nice if DJs like on the radio had their own autonomy now, which well, radio doesn't matter too much anymore now, but it's kind of too late for that. Gizmodo says, "Happy birthday, Gnome." Happy 300th birthday to Noam Chomsky. Yeah, yeah. Just think about that. Like the Beatles in America were a complete accident. Like some DJ, I think in Ohio, just randomly decided like I'm going to play these Beatles records. Like fuck it, because the like British acts back then were not recognized over here. A friend of mine's father heard the Beatles on the BBC's shortwave radio station before they ever hit. We were aware of them. Damn. So yeah, they got pretty big in Britain. I probably would. She Loves You. I think was their first really big hit. The first hit over here was I Want to Hold Your Hand. Said mixtapes were the way. Didn't matter if it was bad. You just get to like it through the time because you nothing else to listen to. Most of the tapes like we got from people when I was a kid were full albums. Like we never really had mixtapes, like around here at least. Like just they'd take like a blank tape and record an album on it. Like listen to this album here. Are there streams like this, but people playing music? I guess that would get flagged. What I play music on here, but tonight I'm just more on like a talking kick, I guess. The people playing recordings, I mean, yeah, like if you play recordings, like you'll get the fucking copyright thing. C30, C60, C90, go. That happened a lot back then. AOR was the greatest thing to happen to radio. I mean that fucking law that Bill Clinton signed like in the '90s like ruined radio really. It just allowed like a bunch of people to like conglomerate everything. See it, and you like the next song up, so you say through it, right? Home taping is killing music, we were told. Yeah, and it didn't kill music. The burnable CDs didn't kill music. Napster didn't kill music. The music industry killed music. The business killed music. Right? It's their own fault. The concentration of media ownership that pretty much contributed to it too. Like, record producers and record companies killed music. It's kind of like fucking roboticizing everything. But ripping CDs was blamed. Right, right. C30, etc. was a track by the Bow Wow Wows, an '80s band post-punk. Go Wild in the Country was another of their limited hits. Okay, I don't think I know them. I Want Candy. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's the Bow Wow Wows. Like I Want Candy. I want candy. Yeah, that's a big song here. Yeah. Like in the '80s, like here we had the cock rock, like the fucking Motley Crue and stuff like that, and in Britain they had the new wave type stuff. They had better metal in Britain in the '80s too, I think. The guitar player played a Gretsch White Falcon. Damn, that's high dollar shit. Hair bands, right, right. No, I'm punk. Like hair bands to me equals cock rock. Like I fucking liked a few of them. I like the fucking Crew and stuff. American bands had better hair. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, like Motley Crue's hair was definitely better than the hair of like Flock of Seagulls and shit. Some gentleman jack off here. I was just never big on '80s music for some reason. Like I don't know if it was like the reverb or the overproducing and all that stuff. Um, I liked certain metal bands in the '80s, like or from the '80s, like like Judas Priest and Iron Maiden had some good stuff, but um, something about the '80s like I didn't like, and I kind of grew up in the '80s, like I was a kid in the '80s. '60s, like for rock and pop, like probably my favorite. '70s, close second. '90s, like kind of my period, like my contemporaneous period. the production of a lot of early '80s stuff was way too over the top. Yeah, I think like like Def Leppard, like Mutt Lang type stuff. Like after he got done with AC/DC and started doing Def Leppard, I who am I gonna piss off here? Um, like fucking hate Def Leppard. Like so fucking overproduced, so refined. Can't stand it. Yeah, and like Phil Collins, like one of the most evil human beings who's ever lived on this planet, um, accidentally discovered what's called gated reverb, and they used gated reverb on every record from the '80s. And if you don't know what that is, like look it up. But every fucking '80s record has the gated reverb, right? Going for that big sound like on his drums, right, right. It got like too overproduced. The studios like made the drums like sound too like synthetic and all that good stuff. I was reading about that the other day. Yeah, he was doing an album for Peter Gabriel, the former singer of Genesis, and by accident they discovered gated reverb, and that became the sound of the '80s. And it was like too fucking wet sounding to me, like too washed out, right? Says, yeah, Jimmy opened for the Monkees back then, like in the '60s. Yeah, yeah, but back in the '60s, they quite they hadn't quite figured out like what rock and roll like really was, or like it hadn't divided into like different subgenres, and so they would put like really ridiculous combinations of bands together, like yeah, Hendrix and the Monkees. That's just not really a combination you would think of these days. Well, I got 15 people left in here. I think I might call it by one. Yeah, and the parents complained, right? Of course, the 1980s was the time of like disposable art. Also, you know, like kind of when like pop music became disposable. All Def Leppard fans, yeah. Like if there's one band I can't stand, it's fucking Def Leppard. like as a producer, like Mutt Lang was pretty good with AC/DC. Like when he was kind of like exercising like some kind of restraint. But once he got to Def Leppard, like that was an atrocity. It was like an atrocity against the collective unconscious of humanity. We had stiff little fingers. um, some guy from Def Leppard, I think Phil Collin, I believe he was the guitar player, like lives like over in the next county from me here in South Carolina. He married some girl from here. You know, the guy from the Young Bloods, like that '60s band, like lives in my county, in my town actually. Like, come on, people now, smile on your brother. Like the guy that wrote that, like lives in my town. Haven't met him though. But yeah, Jimmy opened for the Monkees. He played a show with them in Charlotte, North Carolina, and finally got pissed off and slammed his guitar down, walked off stage, and left the tour. Because the Monkees audience was like mostly like teenage girls and stuff, and Hendrix was like a little more adult, right? I don't know, but y'all 17 people who are left. Y'all want to hear one more? What's a good one to play before we call this one tonight? And not ready for Jimmy. Right, right. Yeah, all them damn young Monkees fans, like Monkees fans in the '60s were probably like the Backstreet Boys kind of fans back then. The banjo. Okay. Let's see. All Apologies by Nirvana. Gizmodo says you're still sober. Like, do you know that, Gizmodus? Let's see. Like, All Apologies, I don't know the fucking lyrics to it. It's like way out of tune. Gizmodo said like only 2 shots in ultralight beer. I've done more than 2 shots. Just like haven't announced them, you know.
Down the road here from me, there's an old hollow tree where you lay down $1 or two. Come around the bend and they come back again and they jump over that good old Mountain Dew. Hey, they call it that good old Mountain Dew. Rolling in that work goes it all through. I'll just shove my mug if you fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew.
Yeah, there's some banjo playing. Let's pick up the old Riviera here. Out of tune.
kiss the sky. Purple haze all around. Don't know if I'm coming up or down. Am I happy or in misery? Whatever is that girl put a spell on me. Help me! Help me! Just the end of time. Help me! Help me!
That's the one that was out of tune. Gizmodo's $5 for a better tuner. I got a good tuner, but the battery is going out, and I don't use it on these live things. But thank you very much for that. $5.
they only took what they needed, baby. They get the buffalo with the blue.
Got me playing that old rock and roll and shit now.
stand through your fire. Let me 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 stand through your fire.
Not very good without a band, like a drummer, like a good drummer, playing fire. Old Sid. My mate was in a band back in the 90s, and I challenged him to play Rock and Roll by Led Zeppelin. He never got it right. That's a fucking easy one. was goddamn AC/DC. Sorry, I fucked it up. Here is Rock and Roll by Led Zeppelin. Rock and Roll by Led Zeppelin. Can't do them fucking vocals. He now lives in New Zealand with a new band called the Mustaches. Like, who? Sup Ed, says Chad Thompson. Still getting no bounty this week. Ain't caught him yet. Working on the lyrics to Meet Me in the City. He says dope, Homer Simpson style. Yeah, right. It must be a New Zealand thing, a great rock and roll, but with a bit of hair on their lips. Like who lives in New Zealand now with a new band with mustaches? I gotta ask you, Doctor Pop. Like, I've got like a lot of Australian fans. Love those guys. What do y'all think of the Australians? Is it like that JD comes in here all the time? He's like a regular Australian fan that comes in here. I got to know, like, what is the relationship between like New Zealanders and Australians? Because like to the rest of us, like y'all kind of talk the same and stuff, you know. Great rock and roll, but with a bit of hair on their lips. Yeah, but we have this like preacher here, like name is what's old what's that guy's name? Is like from New Zealand, like a Ray Comfort, like Ray Comfort we call him, and he actually has a big mustache, like from New Zealand. My mate immigrated there from the UK back in the 90s. New Zealand is a lot less racist and a lot more relaxed. Oh wow, you're gonna piss off the Australians here. So like, do y'all hate each other or what? I have no idea. JD says, are any other Aussies in here? Yes, like kind of the probably was it like maybe around like noon in Australia right now in New Zealand. I think they're pretty cool together. Okay, we take the piss out of each other. All right, right. There's like 16 people left in here, so probably not many Aussies left in here. We take the piss out of each other. So y'all still use like a lot of British expressions. Like we don't have like take the piss here, but I know what it means. It's kind of like fucking on each other, like you know. Well, I mean, like, what do you say we go to 1:30? Hell, I've been on here since 8:30. You're working me hard tonight. Shit. We don't call each other cunt either, Gizmodo says. But I do. Like I kind of picked the word cunt up from like British punk bands, like in my youth, and it's like funny as hell to see the look like on an American's eyes when you call them a cunt, because here like that's the most offensive word you can possibly use, like outside of like a racial epithet or something, or twat. Yeah, yeah. We occasionally say twat here. Thinking the British countries they say twat or twat. Yeah. And Dr. Pop says it's a term of endearment. Yeah. Cunt like in Australia is like it's like hey how you going cunt like or Dr. Pop is New Zealand. Yep. I use the German version. It has a K in it. Oh, okay. Shit. The shearers got a hard time because they use wider shearing combs like shearing the sheep. Australian shearers don't like it. So like you mean like they use like wider combs to comb the sheep in New Zealand or what? After 6 in the morning here, working at 3. So you're in Britain, Sid. Rutro, Sid. And Scooby Doo, like Rutro. You gonna have a bad day at work. Y'all give me 1 second. I'll take a leak and I'll be right back. All right, I bees back. Sid says I'll be righty. All right, you have a good day at work at 3 o'clock today. Don't get a lot of Brits in here because they're usually in bed like at this time. Like a lot of Europeans. Like don't get many Europeans in here. Like over there in Australia, like it's kind of reversed, like 12 hours, kind of different almost. Like so, it's like pretty much what time is it in Australia, JD? Like it's 1:17 a.m. here, so it's probably like noon there almost. And then like Europe is probably some god awful time in the morning, like they're all in bed. And I still have to do a show for my European viewers, like some different time of day, like where they can all show up. Still need to do that. And I tried it one time, but like nobody showed up. So they came over to shear and bring their wide combs. Just a big fallout between the shears, all union stuff, and that was years ago. Years ago, like you and the New Zealanders. Hmm. Ever listen to the Red Devils? I don't think I've heard of them. Dr. Pop says, might be one of the last times I'm here at this time. Like, been off work with mental health issues. I'll catch you on the flip flop. Okay, you have a good one, man. Ed, you ever try Blue Moon beer? Yes, yeah, I've drank it. It's like a Belgian white, basically. Like it's got the the orange peel and the coriander in it. If you want the real version of that, like look up a Hoegaarden, like a Belgian beer. That's what it's based on. I am a fucking beer expert. 3 o'clock Arvo. Uh, it's 3 o'clock over there in the morning, or no, probably the afternoon. Like yeah. Rick Rubin produced their live album. That he probably Rubined it. Michael on ketamine says, "Oh, you're still alive." Yeah, I probably won't be here much longer, but their album King King is tremendous. By who? Michael on ketamine. Give me a review of Czech beer. Well, Pilsner Urquell from Czechoslovakia is the original Pilsner and one of the best beers in the world. They also have the original Budweiser over there, which is not sold in the U.S. for trademark reasons. So you can't get a Budweiser from Czechoslovakia. Not Czechoslovakia. Like I'm thinking like 30 years ago, the Czech Republic. Yeah. The Czech Republic has a really good beer called Pilsner Urquell. And if you're in like Europe or somewhere like outside of the U.S., then they got the real Budweiser. Budweiser here fucking sucks. Like it gives you fucking headache, right? Even though they invented the beer and Bush stole the recipe, probably I don't even know if like at the Czech Budweiser, the Budweis or whatever Budweiser is like I don't know if like that even like compares to American Budweiser. Like the Budweiser we have here is fucking terrible. Like it's just not a proper pilsner. And ketamine says yeah, the American and Czech Budweiser were suing each other for like a century at this point. Yeah, they still can't sell it here like the Czech Budweiser. And Gizmodo said it is he stole the recipe like so. What old well, Adolphus Bush like stole the recipe? I didn't know that. I just thought he stole the name. All Bud products are terrible. Yeah, like I'm drinking an Anheuser Busch product right now, and I don't recommend you buying any of this shit. Like unless you're like trying to lose weight, like and have like 95 calories. I can't believe I'm drinking this shit on camera, but y'all all know the dirty secret now. So like, I do have a fucking like German Hefeweizen in here, but it's like room temperature, and I gotta cool it off like before I drink it. I drink ultra low carb. Yeah, that's what I'm drinking right now, like the Mick Ultra. Can't believe I'm doing it. Ketamine says I've never had an American Bud, but the Czech one's nice. I've been drinking like last Sunday while watching the ice hockey championship. Yeah, I've never tried a European Budweiser because you can't buy them here like legally. This is Ambev bought a local microbrew here in Seattle, and I stopped drinking it. That's kind of sad, like because where you're at, like up in Seattle, like that's kind of like brewery country, like especially Portland, like on Oregon and stuff. Like they got the most microbreweries there, like in the world, I think. And Ketamine says we actually won gold, like on your hockey game there. Shark Air says my glucose is 108. I'm not sure what that is that good or bad. You can say they had to change the name to Budvar. Okay, yeah. Hmm. There are plenty of others. JD says, "LOL." Yeah, I didn't like Bud when I was over there. It's fucking crap. Like it gives you like an automatic headache, like me it does. Like the most popular beer here, at least until like last year, was Bud Light. Like buys like regular Budweiser. It's just not great. Like most people who drink crap beer here drink a Bud Light. Then you got my dumb ass here like drinking Michelob Ultra. So like a fucking craft beer person who has been brewing beer since the age of 19 and drinking craft beer, and I'm drinking this. Like fuck me, right? It was the best-selling beer in Germany at one point. You mean the old Budweiser or whatever from Czech? I don't know if it still is. Yeah. Hmm. I didn't know that. Um, Ketamine says I always thought that Bud Light was a beer of football dads. It pretty much, yeah, like frat boys, football dads, yeah, just normies. Or Coors Light, yeah, same thing, yeah. JD says try Victoria Bitter out of a can if you can get it. Excellent beer. I've never seen that here. The only Australian beer I've seen here is, yeah, guess what? Foster's. Like not a fucking terrible beer, but wasn't impressed by it. And I'm sure y'all don't drink that much over there too either. It was like a big ass can. No American Bud was the best selling in Germany. Like, yeah, no, American Budweiser is the best selling beer in Germany. That's surprising. That is very surprising. So if you can get some proper UK scrumpy down your neck, but I love beers from the UK. I've never heard of scrumpy. Like the Boddingtons and like a Sam Smith and things like that. Ooh, like just the Fullers and love Fullers, Porter and shit like that. Fuller's Bitter. JD says it was some too weak tasting. Yeah, yeah. The Budweiser fucking sucks. Gizmodo says Foster's. JD says Bud is like Foster's. Yeah, I was not impressed with Foster's. I'm sure they have like way better beers in Australia than Foster's. But they marketed Foster's in America as like Foster's Australian for beer, and right. You know, they have like a commercial with fucking kangaroos or something in it, like Foster's Australian for beer. Rolling Rock is from my area growing up. Oh, okay. Yeah, good old Rolling Rock. So we had Rolling Rock or Iron City, and the Bass is decent. Like it's kind of a decent ale. It's owned by Guinness, I believe. And JD says VB. What's VB? Oh, Victoria Bitter. Okay, have to try that. It's like kind of like an English bitter, I guess. Like a almost like a pale ale. Michael on ketamine says I like when every country has a football dad beer, like some cheap one. In Czechia, we have one called Branik. I think the only two types of people who drink it are fathers of lower middle class. So you like you're in Czechia, like so. What do y'all think of Pilsner Urquell over there? What is the Czech Republic or Czechia opinion of Pilsner Urquell? I love it. One second. And Sid Whitten says was a killer cider. Um, have to remind me, Sid. I didn't see your original post on that. Like killer cider. I love fucking cider. Red Wolf says I sent you an email. Hope you enjoy it. All right, I'll read it like eventually. It's like when I check my email. All right, 10:30 Pacific. Hmm. Cider and stout. Yum. Yeah, I love me some cider. Love me some stout. And porter, stout porter. Like you know, about the same thing. So JD says, yeah, LOL. We got the fuck. We got the fuck when they is advertise Foster's. We go what the fuck when they advertise as Foster's. Right. In Czechia, Pilsner Urquell is sort of like a religious artifact. People love it and they're proud of it, and it's a national brand, though it's kind of expensive. So a lot of people buy some cheaper brands. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's a great fucking beer. It's the original Pilsner. Like they introduced Pilsner to Germany, and of course, like all the typical American beers are Pilsners, but bad Pilsners. I love that stuff. Oh, half cider, half stout. That's kind of like a black and tan, right? Like if you take a cider or some kind of like ale and you put it in the bottom of the glass and you slowly pour the Guinness over the top of it, like it'll separate out and stay separate, like a black and tan. The Victoria Bitter got a lot of bite to it. I wish I could find that. They might have it around here, but I don't think they do. So Shark Air says Gizmodus 10:30 Pacific. Look it up. Gizmodus says, "No, where are you? It's 10:30 here in Seattle. Damn it, fucking early there. It's 1:30 here. Cool hanging out with you all. Well, cool hanging out with you too, Sir Shark, or Shark Air. Yep. When I learned to read. Uh, but like all beer, you have two or three before you decide it's good. Right, yeah. I mean, I'm kind of like a beer snob. Like, can't believe I'm sitting here drinking Michelob Ultra, which I've been doing for 6 months, like just to lose fucking weight. And Chad says it's 10 p.m. Do you know where your kids are? Sid Witten says a Scrumpy is a raw cider, no fizz, strong as fuck. So it's like a flat cider. Is it dry too? Dr. Pop says that I'm surprised you don't like a Guinness, considering your Irish background. I love Guinness. There are better stouts out there. Like, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I fucking like some Guinness. Where did I say I didn't like it? And Chad says 12:30 here. Okay, yeah. Gizmodo says JD, as much of a bite as an IPA. Well, like a bitter. I don't know what they taste like in Australia, but in the British sense, it's like kind of a pale ale, but it's got a lot of hops in it. Like most pale ales have lots of hops in them. I don't know if it would be like as strong as an IPA, like hop wise. Chad Thompson says, "What was the Czech Pilsner you were talking about, Ed? It's called a Pilsner Urquell. I don't know if I'm like saying that right, like a Pilsner Urquell or something like that, or like I had a friend who called it Pilsner Urquell. It's the original Pilsner from the Czech Republic." Says Gizmodus says, "I like bitters, but I think IPAs have more oomph." Well, fucking IPAs like wear me out after a while. Like that much hops, like it just kind of bothers me after a while. Shark Air says Ultra is cool. Like, yeah, I mean it'll get you there, you know. Um, San Miguel's is good in the Philippines. Never heard a Aussie complain. Like I never had that beer either. If you can find it here, I'll super chat you to buy a pack. If you can find it there, I'll super chat you to buy a pack. Yeah, I'll look around for it. Like we got one like good specialty craft beer store around here, but I don't think they would have it there. And it's called let's see, it's called what? San Miguel. Yeah, I've never seen it. And Chad Thompson says I don't like IPA. Yeah, I mean it's kind of like an occasional thing for me. Like I can't believe it got so popular because back when I started drinking craft beer, um, like things were pretty primitive here in South Carolina with beer, and it was like an occasional like, whoa, that's cool. It's got lots of hops in it. But you didn't think of drinking one all the time, and now like half the beers on the fucking shelf are IPAs. That kind of bugs me. Like I can't drink those like all the time. Drank a couple of doubles and Toy won't care anymore. JD says it's not pale. Oh, okay. It's like more like amber colored, possibly. Dr. Pop says bitter in the UK is dark. Black sheep. I well, I mean it's like it can be like copper colored. Like as far as I understand, like a proper English bitter. It's it's like a take on pale ale, but it's not like yellow. Like it can be like copper or amber colored. Says Chad, it wasn't until I moved to the West Coast that I discovered I did. Yeah, they got a lot of good beers on the West Coast, like all them like Portland type stuff. You know that Portland is pretty much the brewing capital of America. I will drink an IPA here and there, but not my favorite. Yeah, I'll drink one sometimes, but it just kind of wears your palate out. It's like drinking a bag of fucking reefer or something. Right. We're all in the same place, so no matter what the time, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. Let's take a shot here. Pretty much got like two choices tonight. Um, like all the crazy stuff, like I'm fucking out of it. Um, Busker Irish whiskey or Gentleman Jack Off. Your vote counts. Like, send me a vote. Busker Irish or Gentleman Jack Off. You certainly can't drink anything else after an IPA. That's for sure. Yeah, like if you're like doing a beer tasting, you want to save the IPA for the end because that's gonna ruin your fucking palate. You've got to get Victoria Bitter cans. I'll buy you a pack, like in case you don't like it. Like hell, I'd fucking love to try some. What's the color on it? Nice to see the party still going. Woo! Went and dinner and came back. Yeah. Decided to stay longer tonight. Okay, Busker go Irish. We got to vote for Busker. Walking by myself. I hope you understand. A. You got to vote for Jack Off. So like one vote for Busker, one vote for Jack Off. Double shot. Not Guinness is good, but you have to pour it into a glass to activate it. Yeah, the Guinness draft you do. Now my favorite Guinness is the Guinness Extra Stout. Like I don't know if they have that like in Australia. It's like a more traditional carbonation, like without the nitro in it. But it's stronger. Like it's got like tastes more like a Guinness ought to taste. So we're tied here. We got we're tied between Busker Irish and Gentleman Jack Off. Somebody got to break this tie. Dr. Poop says, Dr. Pop, sorry, sorry about that. It says activate it. Yeah, the Guinness draft, like you pour it like hard into a glass, and the bubbles like start going like upside down, like towards the bottom of the bottle. It kind of opens it up. Yeah. One more vote. We need one more vote to break the tie between Irish Busker and Gentleman Jack. Morning Star gave me a Busker, so he broke the tie. Okay, Busker. And Gizmodo says Busker. Okay. Shark Air says play something. All right. Busker Irish whiskey, not my favorite brand of Irish whiskey. I tend to like Jameson's like a lot more. This is kind of like kind of, you know, not the highest quality I've ever seen. All right. Cheers. We'll play something here. Let's do some Crossroads. Gizmodo says it's your favorite right now because it's the only one you have. Right. But I still got the jack off back here. Fucking like a capo here. Where's my capo at? It says play some Ronnie Van Zant. I don't think I know any Ronnie Van Zant. Here it is.
I went to the crossroads, fell down on my knees. I went to the crossroads, fell down on my knees. Said, Lord above, I'm a sinner. Say, poor Bobby, please. Down at the crossroads, I tried to flag it right. Down at the crossroads, I tried to flag it right. Nobody seemed to know me, babe. Everybody passed me by. I went to the crossroads. I love feast and with. I went to the crossroads. I love feast and with. I didn't have no sweet woman, babe. Yeah, to my distress. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. I believe to my soul now, babe, whole body sinking down. You can run, 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 tell my friend friend, boy, Willie Brown. You can run, 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 run. Tell my friend, boy, Willie Brown. Standing at the crossroad, babe, believe I'm sinking down.
Alrighty. Hang on. People ask me, why is it? What is my favorite Scotch? I say the one in front of me, right? But mine's probably Glenfiddich. Like that's my brand, like a Scotch. Black Bush is the best Irish. Black Bush. Bushmills, that is. I fucking had Bushmills. But my favorite Irish is probably, like Jameson's. What else we got? I like bitter beers, IPAs, stout. One time I brewed a clone of Guinness, was so good that the best beer to me was my brewing. Pale ale, Malta, and another Pilsen, Harlentum, the Magnum, another two. Enough. When you brewed the Guinness clone, did you put like sour ale in it, like with Brett bacteria in it? 'Cause I haven't tried that. That I fucking brew beer. If you had put together a list of beginner blues songs for someone who had never listened to it, which ones would they be? For the sake of ease, like one or two per major style. Hmm, that's a good question. Maybe like for Delta, like try to learn the riff to Def Letter. Like try that one for Delta. For Piedmont, like maybe. That's a tough one. Like Piedmont. Like all that stuff was hard. Like for like Chicago type stuff, like electric type stuff. Try just some Howlin' Wolf type stuff, like Spoonful and shit. Like I'm a fucking terrible guitar teacher. Like I don't know the way other people think about like guitar because I learned so young. I just don't have a feel for like what would be easy and what would be hard. Or Gizmoda says John Hurt. Yeah, that's pretty easy for like finger picking style blues. He wasn't a Piedmont guy, but he did play like finger style. Like Stack a Lee like might be a good easy one. Shark Airs says that's what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, appreciate that. JD says, yeah, a can of Guinness has a ball inside. If you pour it into a pint glass and it activates, it's better rather than drinking it out of the can. Like, not so good. Yeah, right. So Guinness is made to be like an old 200-year-old porter, right? It's made to be like slightly flat tasting. That's why they have the nitro in there. They got like a ball or a widget like inside the bottle or a can, and it like puts nitrogen into the beer, and it kind of makes it feel like an old porter from back in the day. Like got some bubbles, but not too fizzy, right? Like a porter you drank like 200 years ago. And the whole sour ale thing, they put like a certain amount of sour ale in Guinness to make it taste slightly sour, because like 200 years ago they used to age porter for like a year, and it would turn slightly sour into barrels. And I'm saying porter here, but I know like Guinness is stout, but stout is a kind of porter, right? Some beer history. I cloned a Guinness head to use a toasted and pale ale malt, brewed beer at home. Okay, yeah. I fucking have done some porters and stouts at home. Never tried like to make one sour like a Guinness. Toasted and pale ale, like a stout should have like roasted barley in it, like not malted barley, like roasted like raw barley. That's kind of what makes a stout. OPA beer, Brazilian, cheap and good, pure malt, or $2.50 a can. Robson Cruz, do you have a beer down there called Zingu? I think I've tried before. It's like a sweet stout or sweet type of porter type of beer. I think it's from like Brazilian. Lightning Hopkins isn't tough. He's not too hard. Like Lightning Hopkins, yeah. Gonzalez says, everyone looking to Johnny Shines and Big Walter Horton if you haven't already. Johnny Shines was a friend of Robert Johnson, yeah. And Zingu is Brazilian, right. Do you know Stagger Lee? I always love Charlie Parr's version. Yeah. Yeah, I could do some Stagger Lee for you, or Stacko Lee, or Stagger Lee.
Police officer, how can it be that you can arrest everybody but Cruz Stackerly? Oh, that bad man. Oh, Cruz Stackerly. Billy the Lion told Stackerly, please don't take my life. I got 2 little babies and a darling loving wife. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Cruz Stackerly. What do I care about your 2 little babies and your darling loving wife? You done stole my Stetson hat and are bound to take your life. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Cruz Stackerly. When I spotted Billy the Lion, he was lying on the floor. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Cruz Stackerly. Gentlemen of the jury, what do you think of that? Stack of Lee shot Billy the line with a $5 Stetson hat. Oh, that bad man. Whole crew stack of Lee. They all gathered round, hands held up high. And when they killed him, they was glad to see him die. Oh, that bad man. Whole crew stack of Lee. Oh, that bad man. Whole crew stack of Lee.
That's some stack of Lee, like kind of shit the bed on it. Been drinking like liquor and beer all night, but that actually is a good song, like to start out on finger picking. I can tell you another one like with finger picking is Railroad Bill. Actually, it's one I started with. That's what we got here. Stack of Lee is the Mississippi John Hurt version. Right, right. Yes, but I prefer Curacao. It's better than Zingo. I thought Curacao was like a or Karasu. Okay, I don't know that. I thought you said Curacao like the blue stuff that they put in mixed drinks. What's your version? What is your version of Amazing Grace? I don't really have one. I didn't never go to church. Um, I know the words to it, but different names, but essentially same song. Yeah, there was like a Stagger Lee or Stack Lee or Stack Lee or Stag Lee, like whatever. Yeah. Robson Cruz says not so sweet the Zingu. Like when I tried it like years ago, it was kind of sweet, but very dark beer too. Any blues songs are you tired of playing or being asked to play them? No, I never get tired of blues. Do you know Palette on the Floor? I've heard it, but I do not know it like lyrically and all that. Shark Air says, "How cool is this?" Free bird, Gizmodo says. Terrible man. 2 o'clock in the morning. God damn. Got on here 8:30. Damn old Euro trash gonna start showing up. Like let's stay on too much longer. Just kidding. Like Europeans. Love y'all. Give me a cigarette. Gizmodo says, "Yeah, you sounded much more southern when you started today." I figured I'd sound more southern now that I'm like slurring and shit. Yeah. Shark Air says, "Good show." Yeah, I tried to fucking kick the southern accent like when I was a kid. Couldn't do it. So I still sound like an old southern boy. Dr. Pop says, I know it may be a sideball, but could you play an original gallows pole? I tried to learn that like for a video, and I could not hit the damn vocals on it. So I'm gonna have, have to tune the damn guitar like way down to play it. Brother, did you bring me no silver? Brother, did you bring me no gold? Like it's a real high song, like vocally. Meet me at the gallows pole. Right. Where's that box of wine when you need it? I've never had wine out of a box. Like, but my parents bought some one time, and I thought it sucked. Like me some like Chianti, like every now and then. Shit, dropping stuff here. Is there any happy riffs you can play just to prove to my friends that it's not a sad, sad shit? Um, happy riffs. What would that mean? Wine spodioti. Yeah, old blues song there. Wine spodioti, drinking wine, spodioti, drinking wine. What would be a happy riff? I've learned in Purple Haze, Ed, after 5 years inside the case, I took out my Epiphone Explorer, came back to play Black Sabbath. Last live invite me to it. I've never like played a fucking Explorer, actually. Like never tried one. Hill Stomp is happy. Yeah. probably probably would suck at it right now, like because I just learned it. War Pigs, Iron Man, NIB, Electric Funeral. Let's see. Yeah, yeah. Electric Funeral. That's like a happy riff, isn't it? Happy Blues is kind of rockabilly. Yeah, you know, like Elmore James. You know. Explorer is not so comfortable. It never played one. JD, do you know Oh Well, Peter Green, Fleetwood Mac? I don't think I know Oh Well. Like a lot of his stuff, I'm not too familiar with. Ice Cream Man? Oh, come on. I fucking had to learn Ice Cream Man for a band like years ago, and I had it for like about 2 weeks, and we didn't play it again, and I lost it. Like that crazy like there's a riff in there. You have to put the guitar on your knee just to make the reach like that. You know, can't do it these days. Like you know what I'm fucking talking about, right? Don't have it no more. Like you cannot play that riff without raising the guitar up and putting it on your leg, like that. My thought is that, like if you can dance to it, you don't have time to be sad. Right? Yeah. Um, like when I was playing in cover bands, like top 40 bands, like the whole thing was like be danceable. Like have a good drummer that was danceable. Like the drummer was like key to it. Just have a band that was danceable. It's now 7 a.m. here in the UK. Just for irony, I thought you were in New Zealand, Dr. Pop. Just for irony, just a lick of it's getting near dawn just for laughs. I don't think I know it. Shark Air says, "Who the fuck are you?" Talking about that Who song. Cigarette here. All right. Well, 211 here. Um, for me, my happy blues is Mississippi Hill Country by Fred and R.L. Burnsides. That's some good guys there. I think I'll probably get off here. Like it's kind of late. But next week's show will be Wednesday. Okay, like tell that fucking liquor's hitting. Next week's show will be Thursday, which will be my birthday, June 6th. So it won't be on Wednesday night like normal. Like not same bat time, not same bat channel. Will be on Wednesday 8:30. So y'all join me then. You know. Just kind of started tonight like just lamenting over the horrible, terrible, awful breakup of Hall and Oates, like the greatest band of all human history, which I was just informed about like a few days ago, and y'all say a little prayer for the music of Hall, like Daryl Hall and that other guy with the mustache, and yeah. the fucking Lennon McCartney of our time. But so like like anything y'all want to say before I get out of here tonight. But yeah, like next week's show will be Thursday, June 6th on my birthday, not Wednesday. Uh, Thank y'all for showing up. No further questions, so think I'll fucking end it here. See y'all later. So JD says I'll have a beer next Thursday. All right, well I'll be on here next Thursday, celebrating my illustrious 41st birthday. Dallas Batchy says, "Hey Ed, thanks so much for saying hi to my mom, Sue. Before it will be a beautiful thing to look back on." Oh, cool, man. I'll be here next week, ready to drink with you. Cool. Sorry I missed it, but my mom not well. Well, give her my best wishes. Good night, all, says Red Wolf 1, the Anglo-Saxon warrior. Look forward to your birthday live from Daryal's house. It was a great show. Great. Shark Air says happy birthday. Robson Cruz says see you on next one. See you on next live, Ed. Gizmoda says night all. I'll send you songs in a bit. Okay, I'll look them up. Good morning, all, says Dr. Pop. Poofed. Or poof, you know. All right. Well, let's have one shot for the road here. Gizmodo says a LOL night doc. All right. Busker or jack off, like one for the road before I cut this stream off. Get your votes in. Gizmodo says some of each. Sid Witten says I'll be there. You show up then. What was the last shot of the busker, the Irish stuff? Gizmodo says like little Jack Busker. JD says I try to drink like only on special occasions now. Well, it's probably like International Potato Week, like right now or something. Like you got to drink for that. One shot and a killer riff to sign off, like John Lee hitting the 5 chord to say good night. Okay, we got a vote for Busker. Woke up this morning listening to the blues. Cheers from the UK. But what's up, Philip Parker? So Gizmodus is telling me half and half, and I got one vote for the Busker. It's a day that ends in Y. Right. Get them votes in. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Dallas Batchy, $5 Australian. Thank you very much for that, sir. Chad Thompson says jack off. We got a vote for the gentleman jack off back there. Got another vote for Busker. So let's see. So far, the Busker is winning, I believe. Okay, Dallas. Yeah, Gizmodo says Dallas gets to choose. Dallas Batchy from Australia. You tell me, Busker Irish whiskey or Gentleman Jack Off? Like one shot for the road before I shut this stream down. just trying to delay dementia. And Dallas says, okay, hellhound on my trail, gentlemen. Uh, I I probably couldn't pull that one out right now. Like, probably fuck it up. Like, I got to relearn it. But he says Jax. Okay. So Dallas Batchy has broken the tie for Gentleman Jack Off. So the Gentleman Jack whiskey bourbon or sour mash. Dr. Pop says, in the words of Zappa, shut up and play your guitar. Thank you all, like anything Robert Johnson. Okay, since Dallas sent me a like a super chat, like I'll play like a Robert Johnson song, and I'll drink a shot of Gentleman Jack Off here, and then we'll put an end to the stream for tonight.
Every time I'm walking down the street, some pretty mamas are breaking down and me start breaking down. Please start breaking down. Somebody put your brains out. Ooh, make you lose your mind. Can't walk these streets now, cause I leave my mind. Some no good woman starts breaking down, start breaking down. Please start breaking down. Body brush your brains out. Baby, make you lose your mind. Saturday night women love to ape and clown. Don't do nothing but tear a good man reputation down, start breaking down. Please start breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out, make you lose your mind. Now I give my baby 99 degrees. She jumped up and threw the pistol down on me, start breaking down. Please start breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out, ooh, make you lose your mind. I can't walk these streets cause I leave my mind. Some pretty mama start breaking down with me, start breaking down. Please start breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out, ooh, make you lose your mind.
I'm sorry, Dallas Batchy. I kind of fucked that one up. I've been drinking for like 5 hours. Says, thank you guys. I really needed this. I've just been back from hospital, and what perfect timing. I really needed this. But you caught me on the end of the damn the broadcast, like about to get the fuck out of here. And Gizmoda says, I hope your mother gets better. I hope she does too. Dallas Batchy says, thanks, friends, but not likely. Need this community more than ever now. And going forth, thanks, Ed Legend. I'd appreciate that, man. Well, Dallas, you come back here on Thursday next week. We're not doing a Wednesday podcast or live stream or whatever. We're doing like a Thursday podcast. That'll be my birthday and stuff. Cameo Donovan says, how do you get the thumb to move independent like of your melody finger? It takes practice. I kind of learned that when I was a teenager, like how to do that. You just have to sit there and fuck with it for a while, really. Dallas says, glad I caught it all. Thanks all, Roger. That Thursday, right? Yeah. Not same bat time, not same bat channel. Thursday, 8:30. I understand aging parents can do that. Yeah, yeah. They get in bad shape sometimes. We need blues ever and ever. I'll try to give y'all some. Dallas Batchy says, a happy birthday if I miss out, mate. Well, I mean, just Thursday, 8:30, like Eastern, you know, Eastern Standard Time. Thanks, Robin. JD, prayers for your mother. Yeah, hope your mother pulls through. Thoughts and wishes to Dallas Batchy's mother. But if y'all don't mind, I think I'm gonna call this one. So let's see. How old are you gonna be on Thursday? I'll be 41. Not the kind of birthday you want to celebrate, like when you're 41, but I'm gonna do it anyway. And yes, as Gizmodo says, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. All that good stuff. Batchy says, cheers, guys. I didn't want to turn this into a sympathy fest, but thank you so much. Don't worry about it, man. And we're going to call it right here. See y'all next Thursday, 8:30 p.m. American, like Eastern Standard Time.